the massive eye lasers, which we can hit confirm into super. That's kind of cool. Oh my god, all the tiny Neko arcs. And then where the character gets really fun, in my opinion, is you can call in these assists. You can call in all these little buddies to come help you out. And these guys, all kinds of random crazy stuff is gonna happen. All the little Neko arcs, you can call in other characters from the game. They're gonna throw their attacks out here. But the real fun here, we gotta see if we can get the streamer install here. It's a very low chance of happening. I had to spam this move for a long time to get it to happen. But now you can see... Oh, I'm blocking it. I'm sorry. My own streamer face is blocking the streamer face. You get this streamer overlay, and the chat up there at the top, they can interact with the game. Those random people are gonna like throw power-ups in and affect the outcome of the match. So the streamer install is definitely NekoArc's most formidable tool if you're actually lucky enough to land it. But yeah, the character is hilarious, a lot of fun to play, definitely not that strong, but if you are able to actually get some wins with NekoArc, it's endlessly satisfying and hilarious, and it might get you a lot of views on YouTube if you're a content farmer like me. So that's NekoArc, Melty Blood type Lumina is the game. Alright, let's go back to something a little obscure once again. We're playing Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, and it's got this character, Norimaru. I don't quite know what to think about this guy. So it's my understanding Norimaru is based on a real Japanese comedian named Noritake Kinashi. And this is very much like the type of character who should not be fighting. He's just like this normal nerdy guy. He doesn't even seem like he knows any good moves. He just kind of shoves the opponent, headbutts them. He can throw stuff out of his satchel. Look, we've got this DP, but it's not... exactly like a super quality anti-air here. Okay, we've got, this is like Luigi like running A from Smash Melee. I don't know. And here we can slip on a banana peel. We can throw out the banana peel and just hope that the enemies are gonna slip on it. In a game that has like literal like Marvel heroes and villains, I don't really think Norimaru's cutting it, but if we get desperate, you know, we can throw all kinds of objects from our satchel. We can power up, go for like his Raging Demon type attack. He's gonna transform into all kinds of nonsense. I don't know, maybe this guy's kind of cool. Maybe I'm coming around on Norimaru. And I'm pretty sure that he was never playable again. I'm pretty sure this guy never returned in another game. I think it's just Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, and only in the Japanese version. Not in any other versions. So yeah, if you want to play as like one of the weirdest, dorkiest looking characters. I mean, can you believe that they put in all these animations for this character? That's the part that is so unbelievable to me. Like, actual love and care and attention went into drawing all these sprites for this guy, which is really crazy for something that is really just like an elaborate joke. I feel like you don't see that much in games these days, where they'll put this much work into a character that is just like a meme. He's just a meme. I don't know. So I can't help but love Norimaru for just how ridiculous it is that he exists at all. And you know, maybe we should have this guy come back. Maybe bring him back in Street Fighter 6, right guys? Norimaru for Street Fighter 6. Anybody? Anybody want to see it? Just me? You know, while we're on the subject of Capcom versus games, we already showed Roll. Roll is basically a joke character, I would say, but there's one other big one in this game, which is Servbot. Let's talk a little bit about Servbot. So Servbot is the smallest character in Marvel vs. Capcom, and it really is jarring. Seeing him next to a normal-sized character, he is actually shockingly small, so he is really hard to hit. That's one of basically the two positive aspects that Servbot has going for him. He's hard to hit, and he has one good super. Kind of. See, here's the thing, is that Servbot's super is determined by what assist you pick. He's actually the only character in the game that works like that. So the only way to get his good super is by picking balance type. That's actually going to be like his only somewhat useful super. So each different super does a different thing. I'll show you here. So balance type is gonna do this sort of screen filling, you know, helicopter Servbot super, and this one's pretty good. You might be able to see it actually does more damage on block than it does on hit. So even when blocked, this super is gonna do pretty good damage. So it's somewhat useful for that reason. And then, yeah, he's got this Lunch Rush one. It doesn't do hardly any chip. I don't know why this one does, like, no chip damage on block, and the other one does so much. And this one's also very punishable. And then the third one here, he drops these guys from the sky, and this is also very, very punishable. You can see he doesn't stop, like, breathing heavy until all the serve bots are off the screen. So this one is also quite bad. So really, his only useful super is going to be this, like, Helicopter Boys one. And to me, the mark of a good joke character is that, like, their attacks aren't really, like, attacks. Like, he's not punching and kicking and, like, karate chopping you. He's chopping onions. So he might accidentally hit you while he's chopping up an onion. He's setting the table. You know, maybe you get hit by the tablecloth on your way over to the table getting set. He trips and falls to catch a plate. That's his sweep. We're out here peeling potatoes. He's actually really funny, I think. They did a great job of making a character that is definitely not useful, but, you know, this is a roster of 56 characters or whatever in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. They can afford to have a few that are kind of just for fun. So, Surbot, you're not going to be winning any tournaments, maybe unless Justin Wong is playing and the other people maybe aren't using good characters as well. That might be the only way. So, Surbot, bad character, but a very, very funny joke, and it's always fun picking him in fun matches against your friends. I'm a huge fan of the power of Servbot. All right, and the final joke character I want to talk about, it's not Pac-Man who you're seeing here, although having Pac-Man in a fighting game is weird enough. It's this guy. Who is that? Would you believe that that's Mega Man? It's bad box art Mega Man from Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Why'd they put that guy in Street Fighter Cross Tekken? He's not a Street Fighter character or a Tekken character. Neither is Pac-Man, I guess. It's very bizarre. And, you know, I couldn't actually record any footage of this myself because if you guys don't know, this game doesn't work anymore. Games for Windows Live went down, and since then you haven't been able to run the game for like 7 years or whatever. On Steam, the version of the game that I have, you can't run Cross Tekken. It doesn't run. Capcom still hasn't fixed it, but for whatever reason, they put bad box art Mega Man in the game, and he's not good. He's a bad character, but he's pretty funny. It's kind of hilarious that they made a whole character based on literally the box art from Mega Man 1, where he doesn't even have a buster arm. He's holding a pistol. I don't really know what they were thinking, but the main reason why I just had to include this guy, why I think he's so notable, is because there was a very legendary glitch involving bad box art Mega Man that literally broke the game. And it was this. It was the goodbye world, my planet needs me glitch, where he basically does Poochie from The Simpsons and he just pieces out. He flies so far off screen that it was actually kind of cool. You could see parts of the level that are normally inaccessible. You know, shout outs to Boundary Break. You can see way off into space, but you know, Mega Man at this point, it's like Guile in Marvel 2. Like, he's inaccessible. You're not going to be able to reach him, and it pretty much just breaks the game. So it was a pretty hilarious glitch. I think they did patch this out at some point, but who's to say? Because once again, we can't play the game. So it's going to be hard for me to test this. I used to have a PS3 disc around here somewhere, but I literally looked all over my apartment and I couldn't find it. I think I must have gotten rid of it when I got tired of this game. But yeah, that's bad box art Mega Man, guys. I know there's way more joke characters out there that deserve some time to be talked about in a video like this. So if you have suggestions, I would love for you to post them down in the comments. Let me know all the characters I forgot. Who do you think belongs on the Hall of Fame of joke characters from all-time fighting games? And were there any characters on this list that were new to you that you'd never heard of? I'd love to hear it. But with that, I think we're going to end the video. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, everybody. Folks, there's been a lot of hubbub lately in the fighting game community about the different controllers that people play on. Are they fair? Are there certain ones that should be likened to cheating and maybe even banned? Which controller should I use? A lot of people ask me this question. So today, I'm doing the 100% accurate, completely comprehensive ranking of controllers that you can choose to play fighting games, okay? I'm an expert on the subject. I've been playing fighting games for a long time, and every single thing on this list I think you're gonna find is accurate. So don't at me. Don't let me know down in the comments if there's a controller I forgot, because this is comprehensive, okay? I'm not gonna forget anything, but let's start out. Let's jump right into it with the classic. We're going to, starting out with the controller that I personally use. It's gonna be the fight stick, okay? Only boomers need apply, okay? If you're using one of these guys, you're actually a dinosaur at this point. So fight stick, it does have some things going for it. You know, it's somewhat ergonomic. I think it's a little easier on your hands than maybe something like a PlayStation controller. The customization aspect of fight sticks is really cool as well. You can put custom art, and you can you know, select what kind of buttons and stick lever you want and all that stuff. So that can be fun, but at the end of the day, I think fight stick has a lot of disadvantages. You know, for example, the opponent can see your buttons and hear your buttons as you're pressing them, which matters a lot in offline tournaments. And I do think that this is true. This is something that's coming up in conversation. It's just fight stick is kind of slow. Like, when you go from down to up to do like a flash kick, you have to cover so much space. You're losing vital frames when you're trying to do these moves, you know, even doing like a dragon punch. Oh, we got to move the stick so far. Think of the frames, guys. Think of the frames. It's not the most responsive thing out there. These things are also huge. Have you ever tried to travel with a fight stick? It's a huge pain. I'm so envious of people who have controllers that can just like fit in a normal size backpack. I have to buy a specialty backpack from my fight stick manufacturer, give them more money just so that I can carry a fight stick around. So I would say fight sticks, we're putting them at the bottom of the list. Low tier, boomers only. Let's move on. But now we're going to talk about the hot input device of the moment right now. We're talking about Hitbox. You know, Hitbox is better than nothing. It has some advantages over the fight stick. You know, it doesn't have that problem of like, oh, I have to move the stick all the way from down to up. You have to cross a mile of real estate. You don't have to worry about that. You just hold down and then you just tap up. It takes no time at all. So the input time, the response time is extremely low on Hitbox. Also, Hitbox allows you to maybe participate in a little bit of cheating. People call it the cheat box for a reason. We got the SOCD, the simultaneous opposite cardinal directions. You can hold left and press right at the same time, and that'll give you a right input. You can hold down and press up at the same time, get an up input. So that allows you to have instant inputs that aren't actually possible on a stick, where you can't press two directions at the same time. That ain't how a stick works. So yeah, the cheat box, it might give you a competitive edge, but it does have some of those downsides that I talked about with the stick. People can see your buttons, and not only that, they can hear your buttons. You know, on stick, you can't really hear when someone is moving directions, but on Hitbox, you can hear them tapping the directions. So the sort of GoldenEye style screen watching tech is a little bit more vulnerable on Hitbox, and it also has that problem that, you know, they're pretty big. They do have stuff like the Snackbox Micro. If you want a controller that you can just like put up on one knee and play like this, it's so tiny. They do have really small hitboxes, but overall it's a little bit bigger, a little bit less portable. So it does have some downsides, but I would say it's better than nothing. If you're looking for something good to play on the Hitbox, you could do worse. But if you really want to take it to the next level, okay, I would say once you really go back to basics and just play with a PlayStation controller, that's next level. Guys, think about this. It does have some of the advantages of Hitbox. This is something I saw Brian F. talking about on his Twitter here. You know, you can do some of the cheat box tactics here on the pad. Hold down on the D-pad, tap up on the left stick, and you can get those instant frame one flash kicks with no delay. Not possible on stick, but pad players have known for a long time the benefits of having two simultaneous controls for the movement. This also applies to like stuff like standing 720s, you know, do 1 360 on the D-pad, 1 360 on the left stick. This was the legendary Vangeef tech that we talked about back in the day. You can get the standing 720. So pad has some cheat box elements, even though it's not quite as easy to use in that way as a Hitbox. Pad has some other major advantages too. You know, it's ultra portable. You can put it in your cargo pants pocket. If you're still living in the 90s, got your cargo pants, just slide it right in there and walk around the tournament with it. It's also the hardest controller for the opponent to, you know, GoldenEye screen watch you with. You know, you got the nearly silent buttons. They're not going to be able to hear what you're doing. You can hold it close to the chest. Pads also give you the freedom to stand up, to assert dominance over your opponent. You don't need anything to set it down on. You can be like standing CJ, we used to say back in the day, and tower over your opponents, looking down upon them. You can see their buttons. they can't see your buttons. This is high level tech, guys. They don't teach you this back at the academy. And let's not forget Luffy, Evo champion of Street Fighter 4, played on the old school PS1 pad. So there's something to it, even without the analog stick tech. There's something to pad, I'm telling you guys. So you might be thinking about spending a boatload of money on an expensive arcade stick or a custom hitbox or something, but at the end of the day, you can get it done with just the standard pad. You guys will be fine. Play on gamepad. It's truly some next level tech. But real quick, we can move on to another controller that gives you that alpha Chad energy of being able to tower above the opponent. That's of course the Guitar Hero controller. For a long time, the power of the Guitar Hero controller has been well known in the FGC. Here we can see player one playing Akuma, already, you know, going straight to the top tier. That's a smart idea right off the bat. And playing with the custom modded Guitar Hero controller with the stick instead of the strum bar so that you can Korean backdash with the Guitar Hero controller. This really powers you up, guys. Plus you could do star power activation. There you go. But if you don't want to stand up, if you want something that is going to keep you planted, keep you firmly attached to the ground, I really don't think that you can do any better than the steering wheel. We all know about the famous player Initial T, the steering wheel warrior. Core A Gaming did a whole video about this guy playing with the steering wheel, pressing the little buttons. You know, this thing, you don't have to worry about it going anywhere. You can clamp it onto the table. It's not going to slide around. There's absolutely no question that you're going to be in good shape. And I don't know what kind of tech exists for like SOCD. Like, can you press left on the D-pad while you turn the steering wheel to the right? I think there's something there. Plus you got the foot pedals. You can start getting the foot pedals involved. Hit the clutch to do a DP. I don't know, guys. I think that this is unexplored tech, and I think if you're ready to go beyond what's possible with a gamepad or a stick or some kind of cheat box, you should check out the steering wheel. That's the true top level tech right here. All right, but these are all pretty standard things that you can just go to the store, go to the online store and buy any of these controllers. But now we're going to start getting a little bit more custom. If you want to really be a top level player, you're going to have to go out of your way to find top of the line equipment that's not available to everyday consumers. So, you know, hitboxes are pretty popular, pretty easy to find the hitbox, but it's a little bit harder to find the hurtbox. So if you guys don't know how this works, the idea is, you know, on each stick, there's 4 micro switches, right? For the 4 cardinal directions. So, you know, most sticks, we got 8 buttons over here, but with 2 sticks, with 4 directions on each, you can cover all 8. And so all of a sudden, you know, you can do like a half circle forward and it's like pianoing across the buttons. So just imagine what kind of future tech could be enabled with this. But there's even rumors that the truly next level hurtbox tech is still down the line, where we're gonna have 8 individual sticks. Who knows how many directions can be mapped to each one. We'll have like triple, quadruple SOCD. We're hitting flash kicks 10 frames before they even jump. It's incredible stuff. So I can't wait to see what the future holds for the burgeoning hurtbox industry. But for now, I think we're barely scratching the surface of what's possible. But while we're on the subject of custom controllers that can give you a major advantage, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the Potemkin Battle Station. Have you guys seen this? So there were a lot of questions about this thing when it was first spotted in the wild. I mean, there's like 70 buttons on here. Like, is this cheating? Look, he's got the flip up ejector button. Like it's Tom Cruise, Top Gun Maverick. But the creator, Ankle Gator, has revealed exactly what all these buttons are for. You can see all you have to do is swipe your hand across the entire suite of buttons on the right side, and you know, you'll do Kara, Mega Fist that way. So I think it's like we got one button for like down, and then one for down forward, one for forward, and then as you swipe across you gotta use the left side if you're facing left, by the way. It just automatically does the move. So, you know, I think we'll probably figure out some pretty broken stuff for this. So for me, immediately what came to my mind was like T-Hawk throw loops or something. It's a hard input. You have to do a 360 and then release the buttons with the right timing. So if you could just map that to all the buttons so that you swipe across, and then when you're done swiping, that'll do the negative edge throw. That's the kind of thing that I'm thinking, so that we can execute this without even having to try. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. So I think the T-Hawk Battle Station is probably going to be next for me. And the nice thing is, you know, if you like want to have some food, you can just open up the pizza box, put some slices of pizza inside, start eating them in between rounds at the tournament. So I think this offers a lot for all the players out there if you want to play a difficult character and do some difficult execution. Plus, you can flip up the ejector button. If you're in a bad situation, flip that up. I don't know, maybe it like presses the PlayStation Home button or something so you can just DQ the match. I don't know, but I think that the Battle Station future is here already, and it's only a matter of time before players like Daigo, Justin, start getting in on this tech. So get in on the ground floor with me and build your own pizza box Battle Station. But guys, we've talked about a lot of controllers today. We've talked about some very interesting tech, but I think if you want to be truly optimal, it really serves you well to go back to the basics. Let's just buy Moss sticks, everybody. Let's bring back the Moss stick. So if you guys didn't play back in the day, you may not remember these, but these were before we had like the Mad Catz Tournament Edition, before we had like the Hori sticks coming out, you know, before Kanba, Adark, all that stuff. We had the Moss sticks. These were American parts, which if you've never played on them, it requires about 100 pounds of force to depress a single button on an American style stick. So you're getting stronger as you play, so that gives you a buff. You're working out your muscles. The stick has no gate. You know, it's just a circle. There's no corners to go in, so you don't know when you're holding down back. So I think that serves to make you a better rushdown player. You never hold down back because you don't need it, okay? Just double tap forward and go in. So it'll make your offense stronger. These things also weigh like 75 pounds, so you can see all the players that would always play on the floor, set it on the floor. It's not going anywhere. I think it's somehow more stable than the steering wheel controller. I think you're gonna break through the floorboards before this stick actually like starts slipping on the ground. So you don't have to worry about that. And in case of emergency, you can maybe use it as like a self-defense object. You can protect yourself or, you know, hit someone on the head if they're attacking you in real life. This tends to happen back in the arcade days. You can protect yourself with it. You can stand it up on the ground and sit on it like a stool. I think the Moss stick is truly unrivaled. Pretty soon we're going to be seeing all the top players who have switched to Hitbox. They're going to drop it. You know, they might move to the Hurtbox. They might move to the Battle Station. But I think a lot of them are going to wise up and move to the Moss stick. So let me know down in the comments, what do you think? Do you agree that I think I've perfectly represented the strengths and weaknesses of each of these with no exaggeration whatsoever? So let me know down in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And with that, we're going to move on, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, everybody.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? There might be a chance that you've already seen the tweet. I know it's not the biggest tournament or most important, but I won the Midwest World Warrior event 3 days after losing my right nut to cancer. And yeah, it's true. I had surgery for testicular cancer and had to have it removed from my body, and then won a tournament. So this is the story of how this came to be. I really wasn't planning on talking about this publicly or putting that info out there, but I entered this tournament on the off chance to see how I'd feel after surgery and to secure some points for the World Warrior leaderboard. And I ended up taking it and kind of took a lot out of me emotionally and kind of let it all hang out there. So we're going to go through the matches and review how I won this tournament 3 days after surgery. So this is round one of the tournament. So the World Warrior event for this time had about like 35 people approximately in it. This is around 2 p.m. on Saturday. At this point, you know, it's 3 days after surgery. I really wasn't even sure if I'd be able to physically play the game. But I took some time to warm up, go into training mode. I'm using Hitbox this entire tournament because this is what I practice. It's what I know at this point, right? So there was zero chances to go back to stick. And to be quite honest, I think physically, I don't know if I would be able to even play on stick. Because physically, stick is a lot more intense on the body. And Hitbox is very light and easy. So I warmed up. I realized I was good to go. Like, it wasn't hurting me, causing me any pain. I was a little bit off the perk. The painkillers were going at this point. Felt mostly sober, but if that counts as a PED, performance enhancing drug, call the cap cops on me. I had no idea what was going to happen at this point. So round one is going, and you know, I'm playing the game. Missing my confirm there. Oh, I forgot I got a perfect. All right, I'm doing my combos. Feeling pretty sharp at this point. I got the confirms and the combo. Or did it stun? I thought it was gonna stun. All right, I'm playing good. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of impressed with myself that I'm playing so well. Like I said, this is day 3 after surgery. Haven't played. Physically very sore. Like at this point in my surgery recovery, I'm able to walk around and get around myself. I'm very stiff, definitely in pain when I move, but I'm functioning, right? Like I have some level of independence. Oh, I love that fireball juggle. But yeah, this was like definitely my confidence booster. Like, okay, I can play the game right now. Confirms. That's one thing that's really great about hitbox is the low forward to DP confirms. Definitely much more crisp on hitbox. Nice tech. Caught me mashing. Caught him on the way down. Round 1 completes. All right, so round 1 finishes, but here's where things get a little tricky. My next match is going up against Lizard Man. If there was any match I was concerned about in this whole tournament, it was my round 2 here against one Lizard Man. If you don't know about Lizard Man, he is one of the strongest players out of Wisconsin, but he's strong for all the reasons you might associate with V-Skill 2 Rashid. He is nutty. Lizard Man is a wild card. And in my current state, the last thing I wanted to deal with was an unpredictable V-Skill 2 Rashid who would stop at nothing to random me out. So this was definitely the match I was most concerned about. So shout out to Lizard Man. He does a lot for the Wisconsin FGC, TOing, production, competing. Oh, there it is. The V-Skill 2, like I'm not even that familiar with dealing with it with Oro to begin with. Now it's like I just need to survive. Getting hit by the gimmicks. Oh, he went for it. See what I'm saying? He'll stop at nothing. He'll stop at nothing. Oh, I drop it. Oh, I don't remember this. That was kind of badass, wasn't it? Oh my god. I forgot how nutty that first round was. That was round 1. You can see why I was concerned. So I feel like Oro does kind of lame out Rashid, but you know, Lizard Man ain't trying to have none of that. Schmicks. Look at me just holding down back for my life. Just literally down back in the corner, hoping he overextends and I can clip him. Oh my god. I forgot about all of that. I can't believe I didn't get hit there. All right, so game 1, I won, but both of those rounds were ridiculous. So not like a super confident win. He's still moving in the air too much for my liking. Like I'm not shutting him down. Light DP. A lot of people don't really know about the light DP with Oro. Light DP is fully throw invincible, and it's very fast. I believe it's like 4 frames or something startup. Oh, there we go. Caught him out of the air. So if I predict that you going for a throw, or even like a frame trap with a large gap, light DP will beat both of those options meterless. So when you see me light DP through something, it's because they went for throw, and I had a hard read that a throw was coming. See, the V-Skill 2, like if that was a regular V-Skill 1 Rashid, that would have immediately have been the Eagle Spike through the V-Trigger, and I would have V-shifted it on reaction, but the V-Skill 2 threw me off. One more touch to win it, and here's where I forget that for some reason, Rashid V-Trigger 1 is a physical hit, not projectile. EX Chicken Feet goes straight through projectiles, but that's a physical hit, so that was a brain fart moment. Now we gotta hold this. Schmicks. In a bad spot now. That's an interesting trade. I wonder if I could have done something there. Nice shit move, the 69 every time. So now I'm a little worried. I'm like, alright. Oh, crap. It's happening. What do I do here? Round 2 of the event, final game, with the nuttiest Rashid in the Midwest. Yep, DP the gap. Called it out. Now I can play. Oh, I can't believe that punished. But my V-Skill eliminated the tornado. My EX Fireball plus V-Skill got rid of the tornado behind me. That might have prevented a combo opportunity. Yep. Didn't throw fireballs, was waiting for the EX Eagle Spike through the fireball. Counter hit confirm. Just trying to slow him down here. Oh, he got away. I'm just trying to avoid disaster at this point. Take the throw, whatever. And there it is. If you didn't see, I actually did jab there. With this season, you can now safely press your jab when he puts himself at negative frames, -2, and you'll block the EXDP. So there's the nerf in action. Survived one of the most stressful rounds of the tournament. But immediately after that, I had to go up against Narukami. Now, if you don't know, Narukami is actually who I faced in grand finals of the previous tournament that I won on Hitbox. Just the week before, I won Full Bar Fridays. Very stacked, very intense tournament. Grand finals was this match, me versus Narukami, and we had to play here just to qualify for the top 8 of this bracket. But after Narukami beat me in winners finals, 3-2 last game, last round, and then I got back in grand finals, reset the bracket, then won last game, last round, last hit again, I feel like I had a much better understanding of how to approach not only the matchup, but Narukami himself. I think I tried to throw there. It's just a little bit too late to do that. What a jump. Can't believe he jumped there. Ah, pick it up. Oh, he survives. I forgot about this. I was going to try to force the immediate chicken feet or throw mix up at the end. So I'm glad he DP'd because I would have 100% have dropped the chicken feet at the end of that on Hitbox. Yeah, I was done with the staggers. That was a drop. That crouching fierce was supposed to be half circle back to throw him back into the corner. And then I would have done the cross up mix up once I put him in the corner. So that was definitely a hitbox flub. The half circle back is very difficult for me. There we go. That's what I was missing. React to the V-skill charge with DP every time. The knee hit too deep. When people press buttons into the knee, sometimes you hit them too early. What's up, Nigel? Stop beating up on Texas players. Hey, man, I'm one of you guys now. So yeah, that match was not the most controlled, but I feel like I have the read on his style. Because Narukami's style definitely kind of confused me our first couple of run-ins. Because he had a combination of like offense and a bunch of staggers, but also like weirdly reserved defense. So I was like, how do I approach him? And I realized just hold your ground, pick your moments. Don't rush into him. At that
Press
point,
buttons.
Crouching strong
Sometimes.
city. Nothing to do there. He's starting to do a lot more tap V-skill 2s, which like I said, or V-skill 1, I think I can hit grab these on block from even max distance. I need to lab that more. But he's recognizing that I'm not ready for it. That hit too early, but I missed my jab. I missed timing a lot of things here. Oh, caught the V-shift. That was unfortunate. I forgot I even did that. Just had to bonk him on the head there with the overhead reset. I did remember that he got hit by a lot of overhead resets the last tournament, but that said, Narukami down, the person who put me in losers of Full Bar Fridays last week, got over that, qualified in top 8 for this tournament. So maybe now we move on to the actual VOD from Low-Key Esports. So after qualifying for top 8, the bracket was filled out. It was important to me to do well at this point because I had gotten to winner's side top 8 for the last 2 World Warrior events, but went 0-2 from that point forward both times. So winner's side was going to be Chakotay versus Boomy, me versus Nigel. Losers had Kendricks versus Marv, and Sabo versus Mags. So this was already a very stacked bracket for me, especially some players here who I have trouble versus. So I was definitely motivated to do well this time. So I had to go up against Nigel. Nigel is a fellow ROG main. He's always been telling me that he's trying to get like my ROG, but these days I'm trying to get like his ROG. But it looks like he went for Bison for this matchup. His Bison's very strong. If you don't know Nigel, he actually is the player who put Mr. Crimson in losers at EVO 2022. And he put Punk in losers at Texas Showdown 2022 as well. So he's had some big wins under his belt. Very strong player. And this matchup kind of sucks, but I can't switch to ROG because I'm kind of committed to playing Hitbox this tournament, and I can't play ROG on Hitbox. I actually don't know how to do it. So I'm kind of just committed to playing this matchup, playing Oro this whole event and Hitbox, because it's all I can really physically do at this moment. So just going to do my best with this matchup. Nigel really established the command grabs early. So it can be tough because Bison can just V-skill absorb your fireball zoning and has bigger normals with more plus frames. And also has EX head stomp and things like that to avoid like your V-skill 1 if you choose to use the green booger. So he has a lot of tools to nullify what you want to do. Yeah, just run away, nullify it. That was a big anti-air combo, to be quite honest. Out of there. I could have comboed him there. I thought he was close enough to get hit by 2 times stand medium kick, but I could have gone to crouching medium kick to combo him on that counter hit. I was so salty about that drop right there.
Welcome to Overwatch 2. This is a game or a video Donkey made earlier today, I guess, and we'll see what it looks like.
Hey guys, here
Like a loading screen?
Overwatch 2, we
Login
finally have access to the
screen?
whole game, except for the only exciting part. So I'm going to be doing a quick rundown on the good, the bad, and everything in between.
Okay,
Start
let's
with
hear
the
it.
Good. The logo is very nice, very much in keeping with the aesthetic of the original game. You have a nice orange rectangle with, of course, the white 2 on top. The orange rectangle, of course, being a nod to the orange segment at the top of the Overwatch symbol. Very classy logo. This is exactly...
I feel like, wasn't this the same logo for Overwatch 1? Like, I don't know. Like, now that I think about it, I wonder, like, yeah, was this the same logo? Yeah, it was. That's what I thought, yeah.
What fans want to see from a logo for Overwatch 2. As for the bad, well, I mean, what can be said? I think this new game is going to upset the die-hard Overwatch fans out there the most. There is no Winston, no new modes, none of the old modes return, no maps, no shooting or traditional gameplay to be seen. In
Wait,
fact,
what?
the game is no longer an FPS at all, but more of a battle royale, where the objective of the game is to be the player who keeps Overwatch on the longest. When you first enter a match, there are 30,000 players in there.
Okay.
For a battle royale. I think in Fortnite, it only goes up to like 100 players.
Yeah, this is
But
30,000.
if you keep Overwatch open long enough, you'll start outlasting a lot of the other players. Ooh, look at that. We just jumped down to 20,000.
Now, I hope that at the end of this, like, he just gets disconnected and then put back at the end of the queue, man. That's what needs to happen.
That was a big move right there. That might be play of the game. So you see, it's a lot different than the old Overwatch, but there's still a lot of excitement there. You know, I will say it's a much slower paced game than the original. We are probably going to be looking at this number for about 40 minutes now.
Yeah.
Piece of shit thing, man. Come the fuck. Oh!
Wow.
Oh! 10,000. Oh my god!
Oh my god, he's gonna be able to play the game.
8,000, 7,000.
That's play of the game? Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna win. Game server connection failed. What is that? What does that mean? Dumbass shit. Zero. Holy.
Okay, alright, Zero. He's ready to go.
This game, I'm gonna be the first person on this game. I'm gonna beat the whole game. I'm gonna get Winston back. 4,000.
New game.
Huh? Why is it going back to 40? Blizzard. I hate this new Overwatch.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
Open Battle Pass.
Oh my god, a battle pass.
Oh, I knew this was just like Fortnite. I can't believe I'm actually in Overwatch 2.
Just like Fortnite.
Yes. Now
I'm actually surprised he was able to get in. Like, it took me like 10 hours to get in to even play the game, man.
I played 2 games.
Overwatch gameplay that I know. Now this is what was it like back in the day.
And got kicked out of the second game 3 times. And that was like 48. Yeah. 48 hours ago and I haven't been able to log in again.
What the fuck?
It is, to be fair, it is impressive how bad it is. Like, it is genuinely impressive how bad the servers are. Like, the fact that you have to go in and what predicted, yeah, of course I predicted it. You know why I predicted that? It's because I played the game. I think that Overwatch 2 has been fine. Like, I've enjoyed the game. It's been okay. But is it really a transformative change from Overwatch 1?
No. It's the same game.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's basically the same game.
As we started talking about the game in those terms, it couldn't really be anything but a sequel. He also said later down in the interview that a lead designer on World of Warcraft was spearheading their progression system for Overwatch 2.
Oh no.
Fuck, it's... Oh no. It's over. It's fucking done. Well, we couldn't, you know, WoW players, we couldn't, it wasn't enough for us to just kill StarCraft and then also to kill our own game. Now we're gonna kill Overwatch 2. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just nuts. Overwatch 1 rebooted. Yeah, guys, there's gonna be like the Covenant system. It's gonna be great. Like, you're gonna get legendary weapons. Man, let's hear that one more time.
It couldn't really be anything but a sequel. He also said later down in the interview that a lead designer on World of Warcraft was spearheading their progression system for Overwatch 2.
Man.
RIP.
I'm just chilling, man. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling whenever they want. Bro, she pushed me off? Bro, she just pushed me. She pushed me off the edge. What the fuck? Bro, she pushed me off? Bro, she pushed me off? Bro, she just pushed me. She pushed me off the edge. What the fuck?
Man, I hate my post-nut clarity when you're just like looking at the video playing and just like, what the fuck?
When you lock your phone and then the screen goes black and you see your post-nut face. You have to stare into those dead eyes.
Oh, fucking sweaty about eye twitched. A weird rash from like bending my neck.
This is worse than Black Mirror, honestly.
Yes.
Vegetable
Vegetable?
for use.
I once found this massive cucumber. The girth on that bitch. And I bought it not because I wanted a cucumber, but I
Right.
wanted to know if I
Interesting.
could fit it. I was like, yo, the girth on this bitch. Really? So I brought it home.
You did? So did it?
No, that's a lie. That's a massive chunker.
A cucumber in your pussy? You must be out of your gourd. Bro, that's so sad though. You were so close. Like you had the thought, you got the thing, you went home, you had the accoutrement, and then what?
It just didn't fit. I just ate it instead.
It's so sad. Can you imagine just eating it after all that hard work?
If it can't go in this way, it will enter myself in another.
Which furry character would
there's this character called Wally Bear with Smash.
Wally bear? It's the buff polar bear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always liked his huge hands. He could flip me. It's that one, but the
Yeah.
reworked
Oh,
version.
volley
That one.
bear.
Yeah, he gets hotter. He gets hotter.
He gets way hotter. He turns into like this big daddy bear.
Yeah, he's quite literally a bear.
I'm a fucking furry.
So this is what you're thinking when you think of volley bear right here.
No, that's his old way. I mean, I'll still smash, but that's his old version, the non-reworked version, like a pre-rework. He's way hotter now.
Smash this daddy now.
I'll
Smash my.
still smash. I'll still let him fling me.
You can
I
barely
like it
handle.
when he's on all fours.
What?
Sorry.
What?
My bad. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Weirdest thing that you've been eroticized by?
There's so many things. Fuck. There's too much. Everything is hot. Literally everything is hot. Anime titties, great. Thighs, great. Male anime titties, also great. Everything's great.
Yeah.
Do you ever get heated when touching nice things?
Yeah.
Like something super like the armrest of a chair, and it's particularly smooth, and it just feels really nice. And it's just like, yeah, that makes me happy. Very
I
happy.
can't take her out shopping.
Gonna say
It always happens.
What is the weirdest object that you've used to do? You know what it is.
Highlighter, brush,
It's vanilla.
bone.
You need to explore.
Yeah, I got explore, bro. Not even like a banana.
Not even a banana.
No fruits and veggies. God, that is so
No.
boring.
What about you, Lynn?
I used a screwdriver. That wasn't mine. There was some construction being done in my family bathroom, and turns out the guy who came over to do I don't know what left one of his tools there. I woke up late at night, went for a pee, and I saw this very girthy device laying on the bathroom counter next to the sink, and I was like, I'm up. Might as well. I washed it thoroughly and rinsed it, and then
Lily, what side did you use?
you know what side? Not that one.
You sure?
The girthy. Yeah, you hold the handle goes places. You fix the handle in place.
So let me get this straight. You were walking around your house at night, creeping around like a creeper. You see an item on the ground, you're like, I'ma fuck that.
Yes.
Alright.
Lefty Lucy.
And they'd be like, hey, did I tool here? You did. Why did you wink at me? I fucked it.
Fucked it. It just goes. I see.
Can't believe Lily is banned from all Home Depots across the country. This is so sad.
So chat, realistically, what is the plan today? What do you guys want to do tonight? Can you play Forbidden Cards and Mastel yet? I think on the 30th. Free my Ninja Ronin. Chat, we're going to begin with a singular duel of Salamandrate. The Salad deck is ready to conquer. My hand sucks. I can't wait for him to use that imperm on my Baelings. Are you ready? Watch this. I'm gonna call it. You guys owe me 5 get to subs if it happens. I believe. Effect! Holy, you guys just dodged. Surely my deck doesn't fucking suck, right? 60 card salad? Nah, it's just standard salad. Alright, we got Imperm Roar, Cross Out Crow, and we're top decking Gazelle, probably. When the cannon is also a shark, why would you do this? I'm actually gonna shit my pants if he just goes battle phase, crash the bales. Oh, he can't reborn it. I'm an idiot. Yo, the Ray. Love to see it. Okay, I feel like I don't have a choice. Yeah. Nice, Ray. Nice, Ray. I have wasted 2 cards on 1 Ray. Love to see it. Surely he will have nothing, right? Cringe. So here's the thing, right? He has Rose in hand. He's about to add Afterburners, pop the... Huh. Curious. So I can't wait for him to go Kagari, target engage, and I DD Crow it, and then I pray that I top deck a playable card. And that is your one of Kagari, good sir. It is gone forever and ever. And Gag, goodbye. A singular back row. So he adds what? The other engage? I'm going to top deck Gazelle. Don't worry about it. So you see I'm going to normal summon this card and Gazelle will just magically spawn in the top 3 cards of my deck. In the top 3 cards of my deck, there will be a Gazelle that will magically appear as if from nowhere. That's very cringe. I'm not allowing that, sir. I'm sorry, that's cringe. We don't like cringe here. Gaz-L. Mother sucker. Surely the back row is not relevant, right? Yo, Chase, when do you think of the 15 months, dude? Now, the only problem is his hand card is engaged, and I don't like that. That's not Widow Anchor, is it? It's literally illegal for that to be Widow Anchor. That's not legal. He's cheating. Ban him. Mods. Mods ban this guy right now. Ban him. Please, if you haven't seen Ruxin's banlist reaction, I beg you watch it. It's so funny. Why? Is it just Ruxin going, oh, I did not know this card's banned. Oh, this other card is also banned? I was unaware. Wait, do you mean to tell me this other card is also banned? Okay, now we prage that he has nothing, but apparently he has something. Yikes. I'm gonna do this really crazy combo called set 2 pass. That's a little bit scary. Okay. Has the right of Aramesia. Love that. Alright, so here's the question, right? I ash this. Should be fine. Never mind, I'm not fine. He's insane. I'm not sure what I am supposed to do here. What are you bouncing, brother? Bounce the circle, circle, circle. Mother sucker. Why do you hate me so? Why? Why do you do this? I would have loved for him to have Ash in hand and use it, forgetting that he crossed out it. But he apparently didn't do that. So my question is, what normal summon engine does he have? Are we normal summoning a Phantom Knight or a Prank Kid? In either case, we are normal summoning a PK, correct? Bruh. This card's banned. This card's fucking banned, bro. Only 5 more days, chat. Only 5 more days. Okay, maybe Salad is in the play. Maybe we just build the board workshop. Yeah, dude, that's what it's at. My hand fucks so hard. Unless my opponent makes Halkim, in which case my hand has no sex. And I feel like that's most likely what's happening. Dude, can I get a real fucking duel? I just want a real duel where my opponents don't keep summoning a banned card. I love going first and opening a hand that doesn't do anything. You know, maybe Master Duel just wasn't it today. You know, maybe we should need Old Faithful. We need Old Faithful. And then once we perform an extra link, our opponent won't play. Never mind, we're going second. This is not a hand which tends to break boards. This is not a hand that typically breaks boards. Summon Lokai right now. Chat, do not read Sunseed backwards. Worst mistake I've ever made.
He's nuts. He's nuts.
Seed backwards. Worst mistake I've ever made. Alright, we're playing against the trees. That's full combo? Yeah, in the TCG. Master Duel doesn't have half the cards the TCG does. It doesn't have the Rika cards and it doesn't have the Therion cards. What does he end on?
In Duel Links IN 2 days. PP Hop also anime Duel Puck.
I'm very curious to see what this makes. Probably Extra Link? Bro, if he Extra Links me, I will cry. There is no way this guy's Extra Linking me right now. I refuse. I literally refuse. There's just no way. There is dead ass no shot, bro. No shot. Sun Avalon extra linking requires a fucked hand. I mean, all he did was... literally all he did was unexpected die into Lokai, and he's going through Lone Fires right now. So I'm very confused. I'm not too sure how to feel. I'm very scared. Mom, pick me up, please. I'm terrified. Mardell. What the fuck are you adding? It adds any plant, right? Add Laurel. Just special summons itself. Where are we going with this? Oh, another one. Right, this card's not once per turn for the search, right? This gains life, so it searches again. Holy, both of them search! Chat, he hasn't normal summoned and did all this off of special summoning a vanilla. Sunseed Shadow. Okay, I've never seen this. It's a free special. What the hell? Bro, there's no way I'm getting extra linked right now. I literally refuse. I refuse. Daphne. Bro, these are extra link arrows. Oh no. Oh no. Bro, come on, dude. This is a joke. This has to be some kind of sick, twisted joke. Dry ass. Oh my god, that's an extra link, isn't it? Bro, this isn't once per turn. My man's did normal, chat. Oh my god. Dude, stop. This is cap. Garden Rose Maiden. He's adding the field. He plays this shit. Black Garden? Oh, it reborns a plant, doesn't it? There's no way. This is impossible. There is no shot in hell this is happening, dude. I simply do not allow this. I don't accept it. Bruh. I'm curious. Is there a reason why I can't just attack over one of these cards? Holy shit, I just got extra linked. Dude, he's cheating. He knows I'm on a Cybers link deck. And he's fucking extra linking me. What? What is he making? Bengal answer? Brother man. Oh yeah, that's useful. Surely this will do enough. Effect. Pop this and this. I pitched a Link Slayer. Can I just attack him for like a lot of damage? Can I not clear these guys? No? Why not? What is preventing me from attacking him? This is toxic. This is so stupid. And it triggers the dry asses. Bro. What? What does this do? How did that instantly become 4K? Oh my god, dude, Master Duel today is trolling me. It's trolling me.
Even extra linked someone today. I think MD is not the play today, Omega Loud.
Dude, Master Duel is trolling me today, dude. It's trolling my ass. Dude, I need a drink, bro. I need a drink.
Previously.
Oh, we got Dark Arm Dragon!
That was wrong.
On Progression Series Season 2.
Okay, so real quick about this one. Gold Series 2008 is an unbelievable set. It contains some of the most powerful cards ever printed, and they're like
What is dying? No.
Come here. This
This Switch has been on for a little over 7,000 hours since the OLED Switch came out. And a big concern people had was burn in. They think all the pixels, if they're on for too long, that the pixels will start to burn out.
If you take a look at this image on a white screen, you can see a little bit of a blue ghosting right where the lights were in this Breath of the Wild image.
All that has started to burn out. Those pixels are dying. And it's pretty much only prominent when you're on a white screen.
Yeah,
A
it
little bit on
doesn't
the
matter.
Screen too. You see it here in Mario Odyssey because of the gradient that's happening. I'm not gonna play Breath of the Wild. You're not gonna play that one shot of Breath of the Wild for 7,000 hours. Your OLED is probably gonna be fun.
Yep.
Where you going?
Go watch that Starforge review. I'm actually really curious. Also very scared.
Linus Tech Tips made a video about Starforge. Should we watch it?
Yeah, I watched the Linus video earlier. Not on stream, but I did watch it.
As you guys see, Linus Tech Tips, very well-known content reviewer, has reviewed Starforge Systems, my PC company. Oh boy.
All right. Linus Tech Tips. Very scared.
I'm kind of nervous, dude. I'm kind of nervous.
All right, here we go.
On the surface, I understand the appeal. System building looks like a pretty easy gig.
Yep.
At $1,000 a pop, all you gotta do is sell 3 of these a day.
That's $1 million.
Company. Easy,
That's not how it works at all.
Except for a few small problems. The margins are piss poor.
True.
The chances of shipping damage, are extremely high. And no offense, but the customers are a nightmare.
True.
Well, I can't laugh at that.
For everything. There's nothing I can do about.
Yes, no.
All of
Customers
which
are
is
great,
why
guys.
I'm really
Customers are
skeptical
totally
about
great.
the survival of Starforge systems. Everything about it screams doomed to fail.
Thank you.
Like the ownership group being a bunch of Twitch streamers
What is that picture they used of me? What the? All right.
with no obvious business acumen.
To be fair, I did go to business school, but
The
okay.
executive team being composed primarily of ex-employees of Artesian
Yes.
Builds, a system builder that only recently imploded in spectacular fashion.
To be fair, all of the ex-employees were the good ones, right? The ones that like aren't the reason the company failed.
And the absolute cherry on top, the reveal went so poorly that aforementioned Twitch streamers started
They're gonna put me right up there, huh? Can you believe this? Wow.
Aforementioned Twitch streamers started perma-banning their critics.
That is true. That did happen, and it did go badly.
This was on Ms. Kiff's stream. Okay? This is not, we did not make this decision, but this was on Ms. Kiff's stream.
We purchased their Horizon Creator Edition PC, $3,500 US. Is it a
That's
good
the
deal?
top of the line
Is
one.
it well built? Does it work at all by the time it arrives? It's a deceptively challenging business. Newegg screwed it up on their first attempt. Walmart royally screwed it up and doesn't seem to have recovered. NCIX screwed it up too. So the road Starforge is walking is littered with the corpses of everyone else who has attempted to survive in this business.
It is.
Long term. Just maybe they've got
That's
what
true.
it takes though. Let's talk a little bit more about the Starforge Systems team. It was created by a collection of Twitch streamers, notably Moist Critical and One True King Network, which includes Asmongold, Ms. Kiff, and a number of other streamers.
Crossed out. Yeah. Oh boy.
Okay, how long are we gonna leave this here? Come on.
It's going to be run by the ex-COO of Artesian Builds. The COO is the one that basically runs the show.
Yeah, he's the one that does all the work.
But doesn't necessarily get to make all the decisions. So
yeah,
they certainly brought in someone with experience. However, that experience didn't help them with the launch. There was immediate backlash to their high prices and supposedly terrible, were they terrible?
Yeah.
Oh, and terrible configs.
Yeah, we f***ed that up. Like, I mean, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Like, there ain't no hiding it.
Let me clarify, because I don't think this video is gonna cover it. I think it went badly because there was like one PC that was put in. It was not a good PC. PC, and then they went back and they fixed it, and now it's crazy good, and it should have been changed from the beginning.
A lot
They're
of
not
care
wrong.
to order this PC anonymously. I actually have no idea what I just got for $3,500 US.
All right, let's see
That's
it.
a lot. Oh wait, due to the controversy, we actually were refunded $200.
Okay, all right. See, we did something right. How about that? We refunded it and we gave them some of the money back because we like prorated the value of the PCs. All right, guys, it's at least one W, okay?
In fairness to them, absolutely nothing seems to have been damaged in shipping, though. Not even any.
All right, okay, all right. I'm feeling a little bit better now. This isn't that bad, okay? It's another W.
This PC has apparently passed 3D Mark. Last I checked, 3D Mark is not actually a pass-fail test. I'm actually just being a butthead about that. That's a very valid way to burn in a system and make sure that it is functioning correctly.
All right, we got 3 W's so far. This is going pretty well.
With that out of the way, I guess we can take a little bit of a closer look at the system. We're using.
I'm just nervous. It's like, don't say anything bad, please. Be gentle.
Yeah. Would like to see little peels like this probably pulled off, since there's no need for the customer to remove that, but that's a nitpick.
I disagree. I think that peeling the things off, that's like a ASMR satisfying feeling thing.
I like peeling the stuff off. I think it's fun. It's like this weird, like, just satisfying thing to do.
It feels good to peel the bitch off. It does.
That's fun though. I like them.
Yeah, see, it's fun. Is it okay?
This 4-pin is not quite seated. That clip's not fully engaged. It's probable that the system will work, but if I pull on this, you can see it's not actually secured in any way. Oh my god. This other one has half of it not engaged either. Okay, that's not good. You got to make sure the clips are engaged, guys, especially if you're going to ship the system.
Right, let me look at that. I see, because it's not like this one. It's like this one. Yes, that is an L. That is a big L.
I want to make it clear that I'm not approaching this skeptically because it's Twitch streamers doing it. I'm approaching it skeptically because I know how easy this business appears to be, and yet how many little things are very difficult to get right. Cable management, actually, I would say is a strong A-.
All right.
Actually,
all right, that's good.
I'd give it an A.
Hell yeah, the cable management.
Yeah, all right, that's good. Ariel,
Let's go, Ariel.
A is good.
I haven't looked at the back yet. Courtesy connector for a future GPU upgrade. Actually do like to see that, even though it's a modular power supply. Extra cables, stuff is the hard drive cages. I'm fine with that. Wi-Fi antennas, power cable, yes. Is this just some trendy thing that I'm not trendy enough to understand?
Yes.
Okay, definitely a couple of mistakes, and I have some big lingering questions about the value proposition, but nothing too egregious so far. Go ahead.
All right, that's pretty good. Nothing too egregious so far. This is sounding a lot like most of the things that I do.
Go ahead and peel the front panel, and moment of truth. You guys ready?
Please.
Oh, that is a very uninspiring light up feature. Surely it lights up a little more than that.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Hey! See? See? Wait for Windows.
I'm so scared.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool looking.
I stopped breathing.
Is this just paper? Are you guys serious? Oh, hey, that's what that thing is.
Oh!
It's this thing. Definitely going to be a polarizing feature, but I, for one, appreciate that they chose a penis rocket.
Okay, all right. Let's
All right. Look,
Deny that this
no,
is a pop
it's
rocket.
clearly a penis rocket.
It's a hammer. It's a hammer.
If you look at this, it's not a dick. It's just a hammer. It's like Thor's hammer upside down.
No, it's a penis rocket.
It's supposed to be a balls. Do you
Say when it comes to the penis rocket, surprisingly, despite the people being in the room, we did not realize what was going on. We already had the logos made. We had everything done. At that point, we're like, okay. Like, we launch on this day, we're committed. We're the penis rocket. It is what it is.
I actually thought that people would think it was a hammer. I really did. It is, though. It's... Well, we can't change it now.
Very quiet. Good fan curve tuning.
I just noticed something.
Nice.
No.
What?
Oh my god. Power LED is plugged
Oh no.
in backwards. There's just no excuse for it. When the legend for what plugs into where, it's also a royal pain in the butt for the end user to try to fix this.
Look, it is... All right. I mean, yeah. It's pretty small. It's pretty small text. At least it's not catching on fire. All right, guys?
You can't be a professional PC building company and be bunging stuff up like
actually
Do you
shouldn't
still
happen.
have
That is a
questions
fuck
on
up.
the thermal
Some people might see that as a small detail, but it 100% shouldn't happen.
I can't fault the acoustics.
Sell,
Still
sell.
quite quiet, all things considered.
Please.
No complaints about
Linus,
performance
no
either.
more.
I mean, it's hard to go wrong with a 3080 Ti. Okay, Penis Rocket Computer Company. After a couple of little errors out of the gate, although kind of embarrassing ones, I think it's time for us to take a look at what else is in the market and see how you stand up. While Starforge has existed for only a couple of months, having streamers behind it means at the very least there are public personas who can suffer damage to their brand reputation if Starforge screws over their customers, and it means that they will have fairly deep pockets to keep the company running in at least the short to medium term. And from what I can tell anyway, they seem to be building towards doing everything properly in the long term. While they did kind of screw up the Ubi.
One thing that I keep hearing, it's ran by Twitch stream. Bro, this shit is not run by Twitch streamers. It is ran by the COO. We are just marketing and we just promote it. You think I'm sitting here? No. But it's like, it's ran by Twitch streamers. It's gonna fail. It's like, bro, it's not.
From what I've been told, I'm not going to bring them up anymore. But I'm also not going to be giving you guys any pity points.
Great.
You do need to figure out the QC errors that resulted in some of our connectors not being fully plugged in and some of them being incorrectly connected. We've provided this.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at mine after this. I mean, there's literally no excuse for it. It's f***ed up. Yeah, obviously in the grand scheme of things, it could have been a lot worse, but also these things these did not have to happen.
Also, need to be delivering a solid price to performance ratio if we're going to be able to recommend your system.
Okay.
And I have some great news for you guys.
Okay.
Starforge system here actually did pretty well.
Hell yeah.
All right, there we go.
When you compare them to the competition, where system integrators might forget or forego features like XMP, while the likes of Dell might give you a
I'm so glad they're
proprietary
showing this.
motherboard that has no expandability, or HP might.
Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Have much.
All right. See, we're doing pretty well, guys. Yeah, this is actually pretty good compared to the others. Yeah, I'm happy. However, there are still 3 more minutes left in the video.
Judging the value proposition, though, is a little bit more difficult. Obviously, when compared to
Stop it there,
a
Linus.
DIY system, Starforge gets crushed. We were able to build something with identical specs that cost, I kid you not, $900 less. In fairness to Starforge, that did include a recent price drop on the 3080 Ti, but even so, it was way
We have to
cheaper.
look at that.
Building a DIY system will save you money. I should
And it will always do that. DIY will always save you money. Every single time.
I should certainly hope so. But things start to get more interesting once we start comparing to other SIs. So while iBuyPower will build you a PC for roughly the same price, that one doesn't come with a light-up cock and balls in it.
That's right.
Big downside.
That's
and
right.
Looking at the tier 2 fancy system builders,
The cock and balls doesn't sound that bad after all, huh? Yeah, look at that. Hey guys, look, it's pretty good, right? Look at that. That's what you call value, all right?
at this point, I think it's fair to say that Starforge's pricing broadly makes sense, especially since their $100 drop and their build adjustments.
Yeah, clip it. Oh, well, you know what? Let's listen to it again. I think this is a great idea. Yeah, let's listen to this one again.
I think it's fair to say that Starforge's pricing broadly makes sense,
That is so true. I completely agree. Wait, he's not going to say but, right?
especially since they're...
Especially, that's even more the case.
While they clearly have a couple of kinks to work out, I'd say if they're still around in 6 months and you like the streamers and OTK, then Starforge seems like they might be as good an option as any other SI on the market.
Let's go.
Of course, the best option
look at
is
that.
always the option to segue to our sponsor. Let's save time and energy.
I held my breath the entire time.
If you guys enjoyed this video, gosh, we don't really do a whole lot of pre-built PC reviews. I guess I'll throw back to the last Secret Shopper.
That's cool. They don't do a whole lot of pre-build reviews because they still do feedback. I think this is really good. I love that Linus did a video. And like I said, I have a lot of respect for Linus in the way that he approaches things.
I will consider this an overall W. I'm glad it's gone so well. I'm really glad that he did the video. I think this is a very good feedback, very good criticism.
Overall positive with some really good, helpful criticism, which will of course be used to help us get better. But yeah, overall it was a very positive and enjoyable video.
So, in conclusion, if you're willing and able to buy and build your own PC, you're gonna save money doing it. If you're not willing to do it and you'd like to buy a pre-built PC for like the 2-year warranty of all that jazz, along with not actually having to build it, etc., it is a good option. With some plugs that apparently were not shoved all the way in, and one thing, the lights weren't on correctly and it got fixed. That's pretty much it. This is a good video.
Congrats on the review from Linus. A solid review from one of the biggest tech reviewers on YouTube is huge.
Thanks, dude.
The penis rocket.
Who modeled for the Cock and Balls logo.
Oh, they made it to Linus Tech Tips. As you guys see, Linus Tech Tips, very well-known content reviewer, has reviewed Starforge Systems, my PC company. Oh boy.
On the surface, I understand the appeal.
Yeah. All right, Twitch is in serious trouble.
Welcome back. So today, I think I've got some pretty important stuff that you are very likely going to feel in your actual day-to-day of, well, consuming content on the internet. So let's get into things. Today, I'm going to be talking about Twitch, because while the likes of Mixer have obviously fell by the wayside, the big old war between YouTube and Twitch is raging. It's raging strong, but there's a difference. While Amazon and Google are absolutely humongous companies, YouTube is a mature, well-monetized product that's been doing its thing for a long time. Whereas
YouTube is much more consumer-friendly and user-friendly than Twitch is. Not only from a community standpoint, but also from a viewability standpoint. It's very easy to go back and catch up on a live stream, and also ads do not cannibalize live content as much.
Twitch seemingly are not making enough money, and it seems like that is beginning to make Twitch desperate, and it's causing them to make some fairly interesting moves. We're actually at a situation where, per Senpai Gaming, we actually have bidding wars happening between Twitch and YouTube, where YouTube are literally just more willing to pay money to acquire talent.
YouTube has more money. That's why. Like, Google and Amazon are both massive platforms, but YouTube and Twitch are very different sizes. And it's like Amazon Game Studios, the guys that make New World, don't have the trillion-dollar resources that Amazon, as a shipping and, you know, manufacturing and you know, like a fucking, they send you like underwear with a drone within 30 seconds of you thinking about ordering it. Those people that make the video games don't have access to the amount of resources, distribution, website, whatever you want to call it. So like, Twitch is just, I think that Devin Nash said, and it might be a little bit different now, but whenever he told me, he said for every one user on Twitch, there are 200 users on YouTube. That's a lot of fish. And so, big surprise, the people working at YouTube have got way more fucking money. Way more.
But it goes beyond that.
And YouTube actually used to not be profitable. Whenever Google bought it, YouTube was not profitable for a considerable period of time. Now YouTube is actually profitable. I thought that wasn't true, and I looked it up on stream like 2 years ago. For like a
Twitch
decade, yeah.
Changing up their platform.
Yeah, look it up.
They're changing up their rules. So Twitch clearly needs to earn more money, and that is not going to be good for either of us. Unlike this platform.
Fuck you.
Brilliant. Today's sponsor. They're the best way to improve your prospects and to develop yourself, especially in lucrative and fascinating fields. It's all via their fantastic site and app, and the first 200 to click my link will get 20% off. Now,
like
compared to how I learned, say, computer science in university, their approach is so much more approachable. It's fun, it's interactive, and after I've been playing around with AI art tools recently, I realized that Brilliant's Introduction to Neural Networks course is the ideal way to learn how it...
What is going on? Why am I not...
And everything is done through fun, interactive quizzes focused around interesting problems. Stuff you can relate to. It is so refreshing, and I mean, I don't know about you, but I've got so many gaps in my knowledge.
I think that'd be good for kids, right? Because like a lot of times it's really hard to teach kids algebra and stuff like that because it becomes theoretical. And so because people can't personalize it and conceptualize it, it's hard for them to deal and talk and maintain interest in something that's like an abstract idea versus something that has like a real world use.
I feel like I've fallen off the wagon a bit, to be honest.
But it's not for kids?
I'm too busy to develop myself, and that's something that I
That's my
regret.
opinion.
But Brilliant has got me learning things again. With their approach, you don't just sponge in facts. No, you actually have topics. Click. So, if you're thinking about your career, well, I think they're the best way to get started in high-paying fields like artificial intelligence and computer science, rather than a boring old textbook. So, I love what they do, and whether you want to learn for yourself, or perhaps spark the journey of a younger mind, you can visit brilliant.org/Bellular News today. And the first 200 to
That
click my
seems
link
interesting.
will get 20% off their annual subscription. So, there you go, Brilliant.
on the
Honestly,
NFT
awesome
sponsor.
company on an awesome mission.
Pretty good.
Check them out down below. Let's get back to the news. So the most new thing that's happened that actually does tie into very concerning leaks from a short while ago is that Twitch have actually dropped the exclusivity clause of their partner
I
contract.
saw this. I didn't talk
It's quite
about this.
interesting. Technically, that's a contract that I have violated because I'm actually a Twitch partner from many years ago, but we do our live show here on YouTube. So, funny enough, that's good for me. But what you're not allowed to do is simultaneously stream on Twitch and another web-based streaming platform.
So they got rid of the exclusivity clause, and so like I could just go stream on YouTube whenever I was banned, theoretically. I mean, I don't really know like what this is gonna do. I don't think anybody's really found a way to capture that. I think that also like the reality is that a lot of people do. So this used to be the case with Twitch contracts, and I think this was like pre-2017 or 2018, where Twitch contracts only covered exclusivity for gaming-centric content. So you were actually technically able to go and live stream on YouTube or another platform as long as you were not doing live stream only content, and it would technically not be a violation of the contract. Now, after that, because IRL popped off, Ice Poseidon, etc., they changed it to be all live stream content, period. So the reality is that a lot of people don't fucking do it. Like, they live stream on Twitch, they live stream on Instagram, they live stream on YouTube, they live stream on whatever, on Twitter, and all of these are violations of the rules. And TikTok, yeah, TikTok. Like, people do that all the time. And especially Instagram Live. I see a lot of people that are Twitch partners that use Instagram Live. I remember, like, Minx was doing it. I think Kai's done it. I would say Gideon's done it, but Gideon's not a Twitch partner anymore. Which is, by the way, complete bullshit. Free Gideon. Twitch respond. But either way, all I'm saying is that people were not honoring this anyway.
Like Facebook or, of course, YouTube, but there is an exception for TikTok and Instagram live streaming if people want to do that. So this is overall a fairly interesting situation, and it's got a few second-order effects. On the face of it, that's good. It's less restrictive. And that very much means that Twitch people who likely already have an established presence on YouTube because of highlight channels or clip channels, they can start to dip their toes in YouTube if they want, and they can do so without massively alienating or without literally destroying the revenue streams that they've already created over on Twitch.
Yeah.
I also have got to wonder if by doing this, Twitch are going to try to perhaps stem that tide of the YouTube exclusivity stuff, right? Like maybe if creators think they can just dip over.
Well, it's like, look at somebody like Nadeshot, for example. Like, every time that Nadeshot streams on Twitch, Twitch loses money, I'm pretty sure. It's the same with my channel. I think that the main people, my biggest hate watchers, are probably Twitch. Because they don't run ads on my channel. I don't get ads. So that means they just have to pay for server hosting for me to sit here and complain about their website. They're literally paying money for me to just sit here and talk shit. Or do whatever. Yes, this costs them money. And that's obviously not a good thing. So if content creators realize or get to a point where they feel like not being a partner on Twitch and being able to have the freedom to do whatever they want is better for them, then they will do it. And if that happens, Twitch immediately loses all of its revenue stream.
The YouTube side, maybe that could like dampen down that talent acquisition space for a bit. It's also the case that if people are to wander over to YouTube but still keep their Twitch, well, that means that all those subs are still going to be bringing Twitch in money. But still, overall, you obviously
My
can't...
understanding is that Twitch makes almost no money out of 70% split subs. My understanding from somebody who told me, I'm just going to say it, is that about 24% of the money that Twitch makes from subs automatically goes into payment fees and other sort of transaction fees. That's like 24% or something like that. Maybe it's somewhere around there. And like you would know this if you've done any sort of like online business. You know, you're gonna have like a transaction fee for doing that, especially if it's validated through you know, like MasterCard or Visa or something like that. It costs money.
Stream both
Like most
at the same
businesses,
time.
yes.
So while a streamer could move over
Ah.
to streaming on YouTube some days, Twitch and other days, it really doesn't make that much
My
sense.
Star
So
Knight.
it's a bit of a bizarre thing.
Stop taking
what
it.
What will do, I think, is
That's why
make
they're
more
pushing
people
ads.
feel like they can move off Twitch. And I think they've opened themselves up to something that's going to be dangerous for them in the long run here. And that is that it seems things are only going to get worse on Twitch insofar as their business goes, right? And if things
I think that Twitch really needs to get rid of the idea. Like, I think that it should not be possible to run more than a minute worth of ads. Like, why is it? Like, so if 3 minutes of ads, why not let me run 20? Well, I mean, at that point, just let me run 20 minutes of ads. And then whenever that 20 minutes is over, I'll do it again. Yeah, I mean, why not? 3 minutes? Are you kidding me? How many TikToks can you watch in 3 minutes? You don't have to pay anything for that. It's insane. Like, and streamers get paid a lot of money for these ads, right? They do. I do. And so that's how I know. But like, fuck, man, it's just not it's not a good viewer experience. And I think that the moment that you start, if you are not improving the end user experience, that's where the money really comes from. That's where you grow. It doesn't really matter. Like, if there are streamers on the platform, like, yeah, there can be a bunch of big streamers on a platform, but if the platform sucks, people aren't going to use it. Look at Mixer. Look at YouTube for the longest time. So you need to have the experience be good for the end user. That's what matters more than anything. Now, I don't think making people watch 3 minutes of ads makes the experience better. But I think it's so lucrative, and it's also required in a lot of partner contracts. If they have custom contracts. And like, of course, I mean, the people, like, you know, these are people getting paid. You know, custom contracts pay out a tremendous amount of money, like 7 figures sometimes, right, for bigger streamers. So it's not like they're not going to run the ads. But it creates a bad experience for the viewer. And it gives YouTube, ultimately, like, what does this really come down to, right? It gives YouTube a massive competitive advantage over Twitch. They say, hey, come over here, and you don't have to watch as many ads. There's a better video player. Like, it just makes YouTube better.
Going to get worse, and the barrier to switching platform has reduced. There's a high chance that's going to erode Twitch's streamer base, or make new people think that they can just start streaming on YouTube, and that is going to be a better place to do it. And one of the reasons why this is all quite scary for some people is the leaks. So these leaks came out. They're very interesting, and one part of what was leaked was no more exclusivity. The other parts are a new tier system.
Tier 7 fans are coming. Oh my god, the tier 3 meme is going to go away because now we're going to go all the way up to tier 5. What is Wrath of the Lich King coming out? Or is it only going to be Burning Crusade? Please, let's go all the way up to tier 10. That'll be great. Yeah, let's try to maximally capitalize on... in my opinion, I think that tier 3 is more than enough. Tier 3 is more than enough. I think that like once people are paying, like theoretically, if you have like a $50 sub, let's just think this out, tier, you know, like a $50 sub or a $100 sub, I think that creates a really weird relationship between like the broadcaster and the people paying that money. I find that to be that's a weird situation waiting to happen. Am I crazy? Like I feel like that's a weird situation for the people doing it. It's weird for. It's like if you gift subs, like I feel like it's different because it's like a one-time thing. But this is like a recurring payment structure. I think it's too much.
New revenue split and incentives for more ads. Now
Again, they pay out the ass for ads. Ads, you make great.
Well. Looks like Rotten Tomatoes has finally gone
Here's a
too
thought.
far and
If you-
done goofed. Done exposed the fact that they have a little bit of a positive review brigade problem on their website. Positive review bots. Fake reviews even. And it looks like some people, some smart people on Twitter, father quads, so to speak, has unveiled this. And this on top of another ridiculous Rotten Tomatoes certified reviewer getting completely demolished on the internet by saying that only Hispanic people are allowed to review Star Wars Andor. Of course, he ends up deleting that tweet because he got absolutely demolished. That and more after a super quick word from this video's sponsor. Huge shout out to this video's sponsor, Established Titles. Established Titles is a project based on a historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lairds or lords and ladies in English. They allow people to buy as little as 1 square foot of dedicated land so they can call themselves a lord or a lady officially. In return, they commit to plant a tree with every order and protect the beautiful pristine woodlands of Scotland. Established Titles makes an absolutely amazing gift, and a person could officially get their name changed on documents. Their title pack gives you at least 1 square foot of dedicated land on a private estate and an official certificate with a crest. Established Titles is currently having a really big sale just for you, my subscribers. You can get an additional 10% off any purchase you make with the discount code THEQUARTERING. So click the link below, go to establishedtitles.com/thequartering and use promo code the quartering to save an extra 10% today. Now, this story starts with a Twitter thread released this morning by @FatherQuads. Wow, a 99% audience review score on Rotten Tomatoes, that's unheard of. That is true. It's exceedingly rare. Rotten Tomatoes is actually manufacturing fake reviews for the Woman King movie to give it a higher rating, and I'll show you. This is one of those things where, like, how stupid are you? The critics already gave this movie a 95%, which, by the way, glorifies and glosses over the slave trade. The critics were afraid to say anything negative about it. There were black actresses that quit the movie before it ever hit production because they were like, wait a minute here. I looked into this tribe. There were people on Twitter that were running with hashtag boycott Woman King because they did a little bit of research and was like, wait a minute. I mean, I know we need strong representation, but do we have to pick the tribe of, that would snare up other black people and sell them to the slave trade? And of course, Viola Davis, the actress in it, said that if you don't see it, then you're a racist and that you just don't believe black women can lead the box office, which is always good to shame people into paying you money. This tweet got some traction, almost 5,000 likes already, and here's the evidence. The profile claims to have a 99% audience score and over 2,500 verified reviews. The only problem is that they're all short, posted soon right after one another, and do not talk much about the actual content in the movie. Rather, how much of a Yas slay queen Viola Davis is. You see this, 5 stars. Awesome, gorgeous movie, 5 stars. The movie was great, loved every moment of it, 5 stars. Award-winning portrayal, Miss Viola Davis especially, 5 stars. This was amazing, action-packed movie with outstanding performances. Like, nobody's actually talking about any of the specifics of the movie. Must see, Viola Davis and all the supporting cast were amazing, 5 stars, 5 stars. And by the way, none of these people have profile photos. They're just bot accounts, brand new, verified, brand new, no profile picture. Excellent performance, action-packed, kept me and my friends very engaged in what was going on next. The only recent movie to have a 99% audience score is Top Gun, which anecdotally everyone knows people IRL who saw it and loved it. Not even Jordan Peele's Nope did this well with audience. Well, Nope was not that good. I don't know why you picked that. I mean, it was just objectively not that good. So a 99% audience score for Woman King. Do you know anyone who saw it IRL and liked it? Let's check some of the other review sites, he continues. IMDb, 6.1 out of 10 with 9,100 reviews. These reviews seem more authentic since they actually talk about content in the actual film. Failed to impress. Started well, ended well, nothing in between, no story, awfully slow paced, you won't miss anything, can be skipped. There is some good acting and strong women with good fight stunts, but the story was poorly written with too many dragged on scenes and only 2 to 3 fight scenes. There's no proper direction and the background score doesn't even exist. Screenplay and editing awful. Trailer led to hype a bit. Other than a few shots in the trailer, there's nothing much in the movie. Could have done much better with the characters and more battle scenes. Nothing interesting at any point. 4 out of 10. Metacritic? Oof, 2.6 out of 10 with 221 reviews. My favorite part is the one how they hide all the negative reviews below the only 2 good ones it got. Also, check out the contrast between critic reviews and the audience. Here you have The Woman King, 75% actual critic metascore, 2.6 user score. You see these 10s, right? Just saw Woman King, amazing, breathtaking, Viola Davis, superb. Another one of these random bot like mentioning Viola Davis. Great movie from start to finish, casting with a lot of action, which seems to fly directly in the face of the other reviews where people said, well, there wasn't enough action. And then 0, we're now rewriting history in celebration of a kingdom that practiced, well, I'm not going to say all that stuff. 0, basically taking the real villains and glorifying them. Nothing new here. Awful rewriting of history. The kingdom of Dome's main export was slaves. They were not good guys. They were evil. Works of fan fiction are fine. Works of fiction based on true stories are fine. Works of fiction claiming to be true stories are not fine. Here's critic reviews. 189, 83. This film has fire in its belly. It just looks beautiful. The costumes are gorgeous. It's because most modern day critics, like fetishize black people. It's weird. It's creepy. I can't really think of a better word for it. So the Rotten Tomatoes quote verified reviews are they verified reviews manufactured? Almost certainly, which is sad because it shreds whatever little credibility that Rotten Tomatoes had over a heavy-handed Black Panther knockoff. You'd think that they'd save their political capital for something more substantial, but no. Hollywood and their lackeys in the media go back to the old tried-and-true plays of making diversity-inclusive movie, pushing it super hard, then crying racism when it flops. It might have worked once or twice. I think most people have had it. Just think about how the people raved over Top Gun. The first actually really good film in a long time versus all the other drivel that's come out lately. And be prepared for more. The Little Mermaid is up next. Well, I'll say this. I definitely had people IRL like come and say, "Oh, dude, you gotta go see Top Gun. You gotta go see Top Gun." And I said even to you, my viewers, and on Twitter, like when I saw Black Phone, I was like, "Gotta see Black Phone." I really liked it. It was a great like psychological thriller, very well done. When people see a movie that they like, they generally talk about it. They also talk about it when like they don't like movies. This on top of Rotten Tomatoes approved critic John Rocha deletes a racist tweet claiming white people shouldn't review Andor with a guest who is Latino or has immigrant experience. By the way, everyone in this country immigrated here. And guess what? Most of us aren't Latino. So I don't even understand. Like the point doesn't even make sense to me to try to say like you have to have an Are you saying only Latinos immigrated? It doesn't make sense. This on September 20th, Rocha took to his Twitter account where he wrote, some Star Wars shows might get pissed at me, but if I see any Andor review that features all white people, I'm gonna call it out. He added, Andor has a Latino lead and deals with the migrant experience. Get Latinos or people with immigrant experience in the space to be your guests. In a subsequent tweet, he wrote, already blocked 3 people. This is gonna be fun. Respond like an a-hole, get blocked. Rocha initially doubled down on his comments, quote tweeting his original tweet, writing, intelligent people know I was asking for inclusion of Latino Star Wars reviewers in predominantly white reviewer shows. He continued, but it's funny seeing so many people outing themselves in the replies as angry, racist, because I decided I would call that out. That's a cope. When he was called out for trying to exclude white people from reviewing Andor, Rocha replied, no, I wasn't. I'd say I'd call out all white shows who were not including Latino or people with migrant experience. I didn't say they couldn't do their shows. And of course, Stefan here, My Nerdy Home says, no, you were calling for Exos. You got ruthlessly ratio. Ryan Kinnell says, holy ass. The funny part is, even if I did talk to someone who qualifies for this, shout out to My Nerdy Home, and they don't like the series or they don't like modern day politics, her opinion would be dismissed by people like you. He elaborated on the point on Geeks and Gamers. He talked about, this kind of stuff. It's interesting to me. Like these reviewers just out themselves. Of course, he ends up, I believe he ended up deleting that tweet, but like this is the quality of people that are, associated with Rotten Tomatoes website. They are not good people. They are obsessed with race, and they should be called out for it. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, make sure to leave a like on it, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
It's out Kek L. What do you mean it's out Kek L? Wait, ban list is up? It's up! Ban list! Ban list! Okay! Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list. Where is it on Twitter? Is it on Twitter? Is it on Twitter, boys? Holy shit. Hold up. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Games official? We got a list. Linked. We have a list, boys. Ban list! Oh my god. Okay. Effective from 0310. Okay, so this is October 3rd. It's live as on the day of it's the Mean Girls Day, bro. The Mean Girls Day. Slowly but surely, what do we have? I want to see Mystic Mine. I want to see Scythe. I want to see Curious. I want to see Snow. All right, what do we have? 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 Anything. Snow! Yes! They banned Snow! Let's go! Rip Bozo! Get the fuck out of here! Slowly. Slowly. Snow banned. They brought it back, realized it was a mistake, got rid of that shit. Fuck out of here, Fairy Tail Snow. You're banned. You are banned. Maxi is still banned. Ronin? Oh, come on, Konami. That's not the hit. Ronin? You're joking, bro. This Why? Why Ronin, dude? They have effectively killed the Frog engine forever. There is now no more Frog engine ever. Like, Ronin Swap was the entire, like body of the Frog engine. And just like, oh, the one card that reborns from grave, you're out of here. Goodbye. I would have preferred to just see a Toad ban because the Frog engine's still able to do some cool stuff. If anything, I was expecting Konami to just put swap to 1. Turns out they just decided Ronin ban is the way to go. I don't agree. That's all the main deck monsters. We're going to the extra deck now. Anything. Electrum is still banned. Hulk! Hulkified Rex! No Hulk! He's gone! Goodbye, Rip Bozo! Out of here, Hulk! Oh, I'm so happy. This card has very much overstayed its welcome. Actually fucking insane. I'm very glad to see Hulk banned. Extremely fucking glad to see Hulk banned. Without Auroradon, Hulk wasn't doing anything too crazy, but I still think that this card very much made stuff like Dragon Link, stuff like Pure Punk very strong, very powerful. I still think that Italy does deserve a hit, though, in terms of like the punk cards. But right now, I'm very happy with this. I'm very, very happy with this list so far. The Ronin band's a little weird, but Hulk band, Snow band, very happy with it. Anything else? Nothing else. Chaos Ruler! Oh, they did hit Punk. Oh my god, that's a big hit to Punk. I did not expect Chaos Ruler to get banned. I did not expect Chaos Ruler to get banned. In all honesty, I thought Chaos Ruler was right on the cusp, right? Like, right where the line is drawn of this card is like, yes, it's good. Is it broken? Is it bannable? I was iffy on it. I feel like it's right where the line was drawn, was at Chaos Ruler. Turns out Konami decided it's on the other side of that line. Chaos Ruler is out of here. Goodbye. You will not be missed. Anything else? What's next? What's next? What's next? That's it for monsters. So no Scythe, no Dagda. So Scythe and Dagda are still completely legal.
Oh. Catch.
You want people to like your show? Stop insulting them. Attacking the audience has become a reflexive defense in Hollywood these days. Whenever something bombs, like Birds of Prey or the recent gay rom-com Bros, the director, writer, and cast immediately go after the very people they want to watch their show. It can't be that people genuinely didn't like it, or that they have fair criticism. No, they must be liars, grifters, bigots, and trolls. That's the gist of this Hollywood Reporter article about J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, the first-time showrunners of The Rings of Power. The article attempts to explain, or really to make excuses for, how badly the show has been received by fans by giving insight into how two guys with zero experience running the TV show wound up heading the biggest show in history. The article gives a rundown of how everyone from HBO to Netflix tried to get the film/TV rights to The Lord of the Rings, but it was Amazon that won by making, quote, a pledge of a close relationship that would give the estate a creative seat at the table so it could protect Tolkien's legacy. Well, that failed. The Rings of Power is Tolkien in name only. It diverges so heavily from Tolkien's works and his themes that if Professor Tolkien and his son Christopher was still alive, they probably would have given the money back. The showrunners have no respect for Tolkien's legacy, choosing to do whatever they want to do, even when it changes the history of Middle-earth, something Tolkien spent decades developing. That alone would be bad enough. The show was pitched to the world as telling the story Tolkien never told. The bare minimum anyone expects would be that the show would follow as close as it could what Tolkien laid out. To do the opposite of that shows contempt towards Tolkien, not respect. Worse, however, is when you find out what little experience these two had. From the article, quote, they moved to Los Angeles and spent years toiling in the screenwriting game without a big win. Their previous gig was at Bad Robot, where they punched up scripts and developed several projects, such as an abandoned Star Trek movie. We had reached the point we had been writing movies for 10 years that should have gotten made, McKay says. Movies where the director was right, the cast was right, the script was right, the title was right, and it was a big IP, and still nothing was happening. So we thought maybe we should try this TV thing. Talk about failing upward. They spent a decade pitching films that never got made and then got handed the biggest show ever. You have to wonder why nothing they did, according to them, was ever seen good enough to produce. There must be a reason why these most awesome of awesome scripts they wrote flamed out. If they were written like The Rings of Power, I think we know the answer. The scripts probably weren't that good. The Rings of Power is one of the most mediocre try-hard shows I've seen in a while. It wants to be grander than it is, but lacks anything that could elevate it to a higher level. So much of the show is cribbed from Peter Jackson's films that it borders on plagiarism. The dialogue is this faux Shakespearean archaic English that never lands. Snails move faster than the pace of the show, and when it does pick up speed, it blazes through events, leaving no room for setting up the stakes. The characters are mostly bland or unlikable, particularly the main character, Fake Galadriel, aka Strong Woman. In fact, the cast is so superficial, it results in supposedly strong, intense relationships coming across as phony. But amazingly, the showrunners see themselves as making something grounded. Quote, in their pitch, Payne emphasized their show would be Braveheart, not Narnia. You want it real and lived in. You mean like the entire cast surviving a volcanic eruption? That would be unrealistic in Narnia, let alone Braveheart. That just proves that there are no stakes in the show. There's never any sense that the protagonist will lose or get hurt or experience anything worse than a bad day. There's no sense of urgency, no sense of desperation, no sense of drama. It's a typical forgettable fantasy yarn, but for having Tolkien's name attached, the show likely would have been written off as the half-assed Lord of the Rings clone that it is. Supposedly, Amazon chose McKay and Payne because of their, quote, depth of knowledge of Tolkien's world, a knowledge they appear to wield with such skill that they claim in the show that the elves can lose the light of the Valar and thus die, but can be saved by the light of the Silmarils, which now exists within Mithril, something found in not a single line of text in anything Tolkien wrote. It's entirely possible that these dudes are obsessed with Tolkien's works, but what they've shown on screen suggests the opposite. Otherwise, they wouldn't make the severe changes they've made. They're not just adding in new things, but fundamentally altering the world and the history of Middle-earth. These are the two people Amazon put in charge of the show, people who admit they have no idea what they're doing. Quote, the entire making of the show has been a massive learning experience for everyone involved. We had no idea what we were getting into. No one else did either. Well, that may be true for you, but if you watch the appendices for the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit films, you know that there were plenty of people who knew exactly what this was like, and they probably would have helped you if you reached out to them. This shows the showrunner's level of inexperience and explains why this show is a mess, which they actually admit in the article. They claim that they can handle criticism, such as with the pacing issue. Quote, one of the big things we learned was even when it's a small scene, it always has to tie back to the larger stakes, Payne says. Why would you need to learn this? It should be obvious that whatever you show on screen, particularly in the long-form format, needs to tie back to the main story, otherwise it risks derailing the plot. You've been writing for 10 years and you just learned this. You should have noticed this as you reread your scripts. Hell, if you've ever read a long novel or watched a long-form show or a long film, you'd have learned this by osmosis. Are you not critiquing your own work? Is that what's happening? Then McKay says, quote, there are things that didn't work well in season 1 that might have worked in a smaller show. How would you know if you've never ran a smaller show? Also, it still wouldn't work. The size and scale of the show, or whether it's about the mundane or an epic fantasy, wouldn't change that the more you take focus away from the main plot and story, the more it slows down the narrative. This is basic storytelling, something any decent writer would catch the moment they reread their work. I can only imagine that the reason these two failed at this season is because they're in their own heads. In the article, they say they hoped the first season would be better received as the season unfolded and people rewatched the first episodes. As Payne says, quote, some things get an immense amount of critical acclaim and win tons of awards and are forgotten the next year. Conversely, some things don't get a lot of love, yet become classics being watched 60 years later. I think it'll take a while for the dust to settle. Nah, son, the dust is settled. Very few people are going to rewatch this show, let alone consider it a classic. It will be spoken about for years though, as what not to do when adapting the beloved work. The audience response to the show has been mixed at best, but generally critical, and Amazon, the showrunners, and the cast's response to that criticism has shown that this show wasn't made for fans of Tolkien's works. From the article, quote, yet Amazon has long known that they were in for a rather bumpy series takeoff. They saw Tolkien fans slamming the Rings of Power online before a frame had been released. We all saw it coming. There was no surprises, Jennifer Salk says. Having insight into our global audience, we also have insight into the darker sides of how people can manipulate reviews and have other points of views we wouldn't support. What is your evidence that people were manipulating reviews, and what were these points of view you wouldn't support? The article doesn't say. Instead, it jumps to what Amazon did to stop the so-called manipulation of reviews by shutting down reviews. Quote, so the streamer announced it was switching off reviews of the show on its platform for the first 72 hours after its premiere, then kept them off for an additional 5 days. The company continued to monitor reviews. Some vanished so fast, it was like they were wearing the One Ring. In short, Amazon blocked reviews for a week because they knew people wouldn't like the show, and now they're admittedly deleting critical reviews to make it look like most reviews are favorable. If only there was a word for that kind of thing. Ah, yes, manipulation. Amazon is manipulating reviews while they're accusing other people of doing the same thing. Quote, Amazon claims there's been a coordinated effort to attack the show for daring to diversify Tolkien with strong female characters and people of color. Coordinated by whom? What group is telling people to go and hate on the show because it changed Tolkien's work? I get that this is a narrative the media and the far left love, as the article acknowledges, but it's one that falls flat if you bother to listen to the criticism. The criticism is that the changes aren't true to Tolkien's works. His stories are based on medieval Europe, so the world plays out the same way they did in the real world, meaning women wouldn't be in armor fighting in wars, they wouldn't be commanders of armies, and the peoples of Middle-earth, not the entire world, just that section of the world, would be Caucasian. That applies to the men, the elves, and the dwarves. That is what Tolkien wrote, and it's what he wrote that people want to see, not your half-assed reimagined fanfiction. If you wanted to tell a story that was so-called diverse, you should have just made up your own story. Clearly, it would still be poorly written, but no one could accuse you of bastardizing Tolkien's work, and then you wouldn't have to accuse everyone who doesn't like your third-rate fanfiction of being a bigot. Quote, Tolkien's world has a long, unfortunate history of attracting fascist-adjacent admirers, something that surely would have repulsed the fantasy world's anti-totalitarian author, whose Rings trilogy was inspired by the horrors of World War I. Italy's newly elected far-right nationalist leader, Giorgia Meloni, for example, has been an outspoken Tolkien fan, unhelpfully. I'm impressed that you can pull such a steaming pile of bullshit out your ass with your head up it at the same time. You got any evidence to back this up, or do you just like calling people names? See, the thing about you constantly using these terms against people you just don't like is that they lose their power, and eventually you're gonna label the wrong people. Like me. I'm black. I've only voted Democrat or Independent. I'm dead center on the left. A couple of months ago, I pissed off conservatives because I wouldn't support Goober DeSantis and his bigot brigade's Don't Say Gay bill. Unless you're planning on calling me an Uncle Tom, and that's really not going to help you, how in the fuck do you explain me? I get that the far left loves this everyone's a fascist argument, but I have a functioning brain, so this shit doesn't work on me. If you want to make a claim, I want the proof. Prove that there's this contingent of bigots fawning all over Tolkien's work. Keep in mind, you're claiming that this has happened for years, implying these people are actually fans of his work. So you're also going to need to explain how they all missed that Tolkien was against totalitarians and authoritarians when it's all over what he wrote. And while you're at it, try to figure out how you missed that Tolkien despised the idea of anyone taking his stories and twisting them to fit their political agendas. You know, like Payne and McKay did. The article also mentions a similar response to the race swap in the House of the Dragon. However, even that race swap makes a little sense in context to the lore that George R. R. Martin wrote, which is intact in the show. I'm specifically talking about the culture depicted in the show, which is that of medieval Europe. Women are treated as second class in the show, which is accurate to the time period. Gay people are reviled, which is accurate to the time period. However, none of these white folks have a problem with the only all-black house in Westeros. They're misogynistic and homophobic, but not racist. That seems plausible to you? People's criticism is fair. If you're basing your fictional world on a known culture, people expect that those who live in the fictional culture would match those who live in the real culture, and that they'd follow the same cultural norms unless otherwise explained. When you deviate from that, it looks off. It's worse when the point of the story is to focus on real cultures, like Tolkien did. Anyone who knows Tolkien's stories would know that reclaiming this lost lore of England was important to him. When you make the show multi-ethnic, you're undoing the very thing he was trying to do. But the showrunners disagree. Quote, Payne is particularly distressed by the topic. The spirit of Tolkien is about disparate peoples who don't trust one another and who look different from one another, finding common ground in friendship and accomplishing big things, he says. Yes, the Lord of the Rings is about that. The Second Age, however, is about the hubris and greed of man, and what happens when men aren't grateful for what they've been given and instead seek what they were never meant to have. Numenor goes from being the nation of the greatest men to outright tyrants, and in punishment, it's wiped off the face of the world. It's not a positive story about diversity. Did you not read the Akalabeth? He goes on, quote, That's the spirit we've tried to inculcate into every single comma and period in the show. That this aspiration would be offensive to people and enrage them is very hard for us to understand. That's a lovely straw man you have there. Who's enraged by different people finding commonality in friendship? Give me examples. Present your evidence of someone criticizing the show because they don't like the idea of people from different backgrounds getting along. Show it to me, or keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. He continues, quote, "What are they protecting? The thing you should be protecting. Authority was not given to you to trash the legacy of J.R.R. Tolkien, steward. These aren't your stories. They don't belong to you, and no one is here for you. We are here for Tolkien. We want to see his world, not your reimagining of it. If you love the man's work, you would want that too. Instead, you set out to change his work, to write the novel he didn't write, tell your own story using his name with contempt for the world he created and the themes that guided his hand. You aren't the hero, you're the villain, which is why you cite a villain in defense of your choices. Quote, there's a line in episode 7 where a strong woman says every war is fought from without and within. Even if you're fighting for something you think is good, if you're doing something worse in that fight, then you become evil. I don't see how people who are saying these things think that they're fighting for good. It's patently evil. You mean like strong woman wanting to leave one of her soldiers to freeze to death, or lying to a queen about someone wanting to reclaim a throne, or threatening to torture and genocide every orc, but keeping their forebearer alive to watch so he can suffer before he dies. Cause that's what you wrote into the show. You thought you were making Galadriel strong and powerful, but you stripped her of every bit of humanity, wisdom, and genuine strength she had, making her the worst person in the show. She is patently evil, and the total desecration of everything Tolkien stood for. Did you learn nothing from the lines you cribbed from Jackson's films? I don't see how you can do such a thing and think you're fighting for good. The article wraps up by discussing the ratings and where the second season is headed. With the ratings, the issue comes down to House of the Dragon, a show that has better numbers, broader and more positive appeal, and the 2-week lead. An insider claimed that Amazon is more bothered by HBO's show than they're willing to admit, especially after it brought in 20 million viewers for a second episode. The showrunners also complained about it. Quote, suddenly, the media and fandom world wouldn't stop talking about dragons versus rings because, let's face it, everybody loves a fight. It dominates the narrative about how it's received, McKay says, but it was not at all part of the narrative in how our show was conceived. Hopefully, we're competing against ourselves. Nope, you're not. You're competing against a better show, and losing badly. House of the Dragon has everything the Rings of Power is missing. Great dialogue, excellent pacing, interesting characters, and a believable, intricate, grounded world. It's got tension, drama, and intrigue, and manages to maintain this despite massive time jumps every couple of episodes. The problem with the Rings of Power is that the showrunners didn't have a clue how to approach the story. They claim to be fans of Tolkien's works, and maybe they are, but they definitely aren't stewards of it. They lack any understanding of Tolkien's works, and apparently any respect for it or the man himself. They're only interested in the world they're creating, using Tolkien's works like stolen scoops of sand from someone else's sandbox. They're hoping, as they admit in the article, that their third-rate intrigue of who is Sauron pretending to be will be enough to keep interest, but that's a weak premise for watching the show, and it's already lost its allure because so many characters could be Sauron. They're banking on people's love of the Jackson films and Tolkien's works to carry them, especially as they get closer to the final battle with Sauron and the hell that follows, saying, quote, that's the secret sauce of Tolkien right there, Payne explains, leaning forward. The grimmer things get, the more those pops of light have contrast to bounce off of. That's what's beautiful about Tolkien. Even in complete despair, you can have two halflings look at each other and say, I'm glad you're here with me. You're forgetting the rest of it, here, at the end of all things. Because that's what this show feels like. It feels like the last of the great stories being reduced to a cash grab and idiotic virtue signaling. But maybe there can be a eucatastrophe. Maybe it'll suddenly turn for the better, and eagles will come bearing 2 ladies and some old gray-bearded man to save the day. Hopefully Sir Peter hasn't dyed his beard, because that kind of ruins my metaphor. But what do I know? I'm just some guy.
couple of months ago, we did a video where we read and reacted to some Magic the Gathering cards.
A common complaint: none of us know enough about Magic to know if we guessed right about these cards. So we decided to phone a friend.
So today we have the professor, a very, 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 very good Magic player. Some say the best.
No, nobody says that.
Of all time?
Nobody says. I review
GOAT.
card sleeves. I'm not the best Magic player. Do not build me up like that. They've seen me play. But I know more than you.
Yes.
About Magic. And probably Dragon Shield?
Yes.
Yeah, we know the same about the best cards.
So he's got together a collection of Magic cards he's going to show us, and we're going to try to tell him whether we think
good, bad, or ugly.
Some of these are very good, some of these are very bad, some of these are just so-so, or did I play a trick on you and all of them are great, or all of them are terrible, and you're about to embarrass yourselves in your card evaluation skills.
Probably.
You may begin with this one.
How about you do it?
All right.
The color of the sleeve means nothing.
We have Ball, Lord of Murder. What a
Okay.
strong name.
I thought this would be a good one starting with Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card in a way.
This is a legendary
I was
creature.
going to say legendary creature.
God.
God was the first thing I
Okay,
saw.
as long as your life
Stand
total-
or equal to half your starting life total. So if you taking any sort of damage at all.
Okay, we have to start by saying, okay.
He's
Wait,
indestructible.
question. Do any of you know the starting life total?
That is what I was going to ask.
20.
Because everybody has. Okay, what is the starting life total, Magic?
4,000.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
20.
Thousand?
Like 20?
20.
Like
20.
Like 10
2
twice?
0. No, like 2 0. 20.
So like a Karibo could finish you off in Magic.
I don't know what that means, but yes.
Okay. As long as your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, Ball, Lord of
19
Murder.
or more.
Is indestructible.
Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and goad it.
If I could, because we
So-
just brought up last time, what is a counter?
A way to add on to the card. So a counter adds on to what a card does. So a +1/+1 counter adds on +1/+1 power toughness. A flying counter adds on flying. And I love that this card doesn't say what goad means, which is you. And I'm not telling, so you're just gonna have to guess what that does.
All right. Also, can we talk about what's going on up here?
That's
I was going to bring that up.
what it costs to play it. Magic cards have a cost. You have to spend the cost. It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! I just learned this today. You just put them down. That's
Yeah.
crazy. You have to pay for your things in Magic.
So see, normally as a Yu-Gi-Oh player reading this, my first impression is like that this just means it's a gray star, fireball, and tree type monster.
That is a
That's
skull.
a skull.
Oh, that's a skull? Oh, okay, sorry.
Just their eyes jet.
Alright, that's what I would assume is that it's those three things.
It
So
is
this
those three, it is those three
I'm,
colors.
I'm assuming you need a death land, a fire land, and an earth land.
You are
Okay.
correct.
Hey, we're
And
getting
then
somewhere.
what's the 2 for then?
The 2 of any. So plus 2 of any. So you must. The total cost of this is 5, and of those 5, 1 must be a forest, 1 must be a mountain, 1 must be a swamp, and 2 can be anything.
I'm gonna say this is a bad card.
I'm going to say this is a very, very good card.
I'm going to say that this is also good in my reasoning. I mean, it powers up your other creatures, and like, he can't be destroyed. I mean, in Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be like pretty good.
I think it's
Bad.
I'm giving it thumbs up.
I'm giving it a thumbs up.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say down.
Alec wins.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, this is a card. This happens a lot in Magic. There's a lot of text, and it's no good. This is not like you could maybe for fun, for giggles, play with a card like this, maybe in Commander, but there's no other real home for it. It's too expensive. It's 5 for a 4/4. So we have what's called the vanilla test right off the bat in Magic. Vanilla test is its power and toughness at least the same as its total casting cost. So is it a 4/4 for 4? That's a vanilla test. If it's 5 for a 4/4, it better be good. And what it does, your life total thing, that's very subject to ambiguity. It isn't doing much with the counters. It's a very meh card.
True name Nemesis.
This is a creature merfolk rogue, or a merfolk rogue creature.
As True Name Nemesis enters the battlefield, choose a player. True Name Nemesis has protection from the chosen player. This creature can't be blocked, targeted, dealt damage, or enchanted by anything controlled by that player.
So, okay, before even getting any deeper into this, I think this card sucks. And here's why. I'm assuming that, I know like Magic has Commander, which is
Yep.
4-player, right?
Right.
If I pick you, like,
Right.
you can't affect it.
Right.
But they can. If we're all 4 of us were like playing.
They could.
Because other people would just kill me.
I think this is decent. I won't say nuts, but I think it's.
What about in a 1v1 game? Just pick your opponent, and what are they gonna do?
Okay, you know what?
So I have another question.
Yes.
So the one is that in addition?
One of any. Yeah, one
that's
in
just
addition.
One of any.
This costs 3.
Uh-huh.
2 of them have to be islands.
Gotcha.
1 can be any.
Okay.
I'm gonna change from to meh.
Okay.
I'm going like it
Yeah.
it has a place. I don't think it's broken.
Yeah, Alec is correct. The thing I think you said busted or bonkers
Yes,
or something.
I
You
did.
Alec is 100% correct. This was made for Commander, but here's what happened. We have our Legacy format, which is very close actually to Yu-Gi-Oh, where all cards are legal. And this broke that format for a while, where it was out of control because it was 1v1. And it's like, cool, I name you. Now you can't do anything to it. You can't block it. You can't destroy it. And you just put some heavy equipment on it or buff it with some Merfolk Lords. It was a huge problem because it was only available in Commander decks that were underprinted, and then everybody in Legacy needed 4 copies for their deck. And at one point, this was selling for $150 a card, and everybody was angry because Wizards couldn't reprint it, wouldn't reprint it for the longest time. Now they've reprinted it. Now it's worth $1. Now it's worth $1. Imagine if you were someone who bought a playset for your Legacy deck for $600, and now it's like worth $1 or $2 because they've reprinted it into the ground.
You got a few of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so far Alex doing really good.
So Alex the real magic.
He won't
player.
take.
Okay, Smothering Tide. Artwork is.
He's throwing up points.
He is throwing up coins, which is how
Okay.
many Magic the Gathering players feel.
I want to throw up coins.
It's an enchantment.
I don't know
What is okay?
So it's an enchantment. I guess I believe you said it. Just like one of our spells.
No, well, your spells seemed more like instants and sorceries to me. An enchantment is on the battlefield and it stays there, so the effect is there over many turns.
Continuous.
Continuous
spell.
spell.
Spell or
Yes.
a field spell.
Yes. it's a
Whenever an
continuous.
opponent draws a card, that player may pay 2. 2 as in, I guess, like mana?
Yeah. 2 of any color.
If the player doesn't, you create a colorless treasure artifact token with. What is this symbol?
I think
Counter?
that means to tap the card.
Alec is correct.
Okay. Sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color.
This is tough because this is the first one that's not a creature, and now I don't even know what to think.
Question: what kind of, I guess, land is that?
That is not a. Oh, you mean the symbol?
Yes, this one right there.
That's a plains. White mana.
I'm gonna call this pretty good. I think it's good because I mean, like, you know, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, we have like floodgates or like things that kind of make your opponent like have to pay to play. This is sort of like forcing them to either consume their resources pretty heavily
Or give you more.
or give you.
Yes,
resources.
I'm gonna say good too.
I'm going to call all right. I'm gonna call all right.
I'm
on
calling
this.
pretty
I'm gonna
good.
Go here. I'm going here.
This is very good. This is in fact what we call in Magic a staple, meaning that you should consider having it if you're in this color. Now it's a staple for Commander only, but in Commander, if every time somebody goes to do that effect, in this case draw, they either have to pay limited resources, meaning they can do less on their turn, or you get a benefit. It's huge. It adds up so fast.
Vampire spawn.
Creature, vampire. When the vampire spawn enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life.
I don't need to read anymore. I think it's bad. From Yu-Gi-Oh, I learned something.
Okay.
The only life point that matters is the last one. So why would I care about losing 2 life if I have 20?
If it's the type of game where, you know, life isn't really important until you're actually dead, then I'm gonna say this. Yeah, it probably isn't that great. I'm saying bad. I'm giving thumbs down.
Yeah, definite thumbs down. If we're being fair, it isn't bad like a really like dumb worthless card. It's more on the in between bad and meh side. There's like a limited format where maybe you'd have to dig in deep about it, but in general in the game, nobody's running this card.
So that's sort of a similarity then with Yu-Gi-Oh, which is just that like life isn't such a big factor.
Now that I'm thinking about it, so it takes far too long for it to make like any sort of matter.
It's meh at best and most likely bad, and no one is playing with us.
Draw.
Ooh, this is Cyclonic Rift or Cyclonic Rift.
I like the
Instant.
Art, I like the art and the.
Oh wait,
Oh,
it's
art's
kind of hollow, isn't it?
Yeah, a little foil in.
Yeah, that's one of our foils.
Return. Okay, so it's instant, which that's basically the equivalent of our spell cards.
You can play it during your opponent's turn. Yeah, it's a quick play.
It's a quick
That's
play.
a quick play.
Or wait, almost more.
I learned so much about Yu-Gi-Oh
Okay.
today. I know what a quick play is.
Return target non-land permanent. What is a permanent?
I don't know what that means.
Permanent is something that
think
is
we've solved it,
permanently
like you
there.
said- like you
So,
said-
like,
say
if
a
you cast a
permanent before.
spell and the spell's going to go to the graveyard, that's not a permanent.
Overload 6. You may cast the spell for its overload cost. If you do, change its text by replacing all instances of target with each. So return each non-land permanent. You don't
I'm
control.
gonna say this is good.
I'm saying good. I mean, it just seems like it's like a strong removal thing.
I mean, because if permanents don't go and they just kind of there and you have to deal with it, this seems like the way to deal with it.
Also, cost is very low. Like, it seems like the cost is on the lower end.
Call it mad. 'Cause I feel like putting things back into your opponent's hand isn't that great.
But still have to repay the cost of both.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
I think on
It's not like in Yu-Gi-Oh text.
In Yu-Gi-Oh,
it
this
wouldn't
might be more
matter,
average.
But in Magic, where they have to like spend stuff.
But like this, you use this and it's gone. They will play it back. I don't know. I think it's kind of.
So you're meh?
I'm
saying good.
This is bonkers good.
Oh, never mind.
Think about earlier. What this lets me do is if I pay the expensive cost, nobody pays the cheap cost unless you're in a weird situation. You pay the expensive cost, and every card that isn't yours is removed. We're
But
just
that's
clearing it.
7 mana.
Yeah, but it's like you go back to turn 0. This is making my opponent, except for
Wait.
lands.
Does the game last that long?
Yeah, we go past turn 2. We go past turn 2.
All right,
It
I'll
might
admit
be
I
turn
had the
10.
wrong mindset
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I just assumed
Can't relate.
Yeah.
Prodigal
That's
Sorcerer.
some hair.
Prodigal Sorcerer deals 1 damage to target creature or player. And this symbol is
tap.
Did you say it was?
Tap,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna say this is bad.
I'm not impressed. I mean, it seems like just dealing damage is
Dealing 1 damage doesn't matter, like Alex said, unless it's the last damage, in which case.
I understand. Does summoning sickness affect their effects? Can you still
Yeah,
use
so
it?
you cannot use their effect the turn it comes
Oh,
into
man,
play.
I just don't
You have to
like
wait
this
till
card.
the next one.
That's not good.
So this is actually a classic card. It's one of the first. It's from like the first Magic set, and it's been reprinted several times. Debatable where you might put it, but it's definitely at the very least regular good. Like this is good. It's not bonkers broken, but the ability to just do 1 damage by tapping. First of all, that isn't bad because you can eliminate a lot of creatures that maybe have only toughness of 1, or a creature that took some damage and survived by 1, or just what we call pinging, like we're going to ping our opponent each turn.
I guess I
Sad.
keep forgetting that deal damage means the creature can die if it just has
Yep.
1 tough. Okay.
This is Adult Gold Dragon.
This is the shortest card yet.
Flying, lifelink, haste.
May I ask what is lifelink?
Lifelink means if it does damage, you gain life for as much damage as it does.
It has haste.
Haste means it can, I guess, act on the turn itself.
Yep, haste means right away it can attack.
It's flying, so it can't be blocked by stuff that can't fly.
Right.
4 strength, 3 toughness. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if this costs 5 and it's a 4/3, are the other things that it does worth that extra cost in a sense?
I look at it as Paul I would say, like a blue-eyes white dragon. It is big. It gets out. It's like, hey, we're here. It can fly. It has every time it does damage, it gains.
It's like,
it has haste, so it can attack quickly. But like Paul said, is it worth?
I mean, I think it's kind of the type of
cost
thing
of
where
pay.
if I have this on the field,
It's
I
a
think it has
trap.
a lot of value. Like, I can just.
It has no other thing. Has I guess.
What do you think?
No protection.
It's like
I
you're
don't
thinking
know.
hard.
Yeah, I just feel like this card's probably mad.
I was gonna say mid.
I think it's mad just because it takes 2 different mana sources plus it takes 2 different mana sources. It's 5 for a 4/3, and all those effects. I think it's mad. I think it's not bad, but I don't think it's crazy good.
I'm
gonna call it meh.
I'm calling meh. Like, I think it's probably useful, but like meh.
Yeah, it's meh. The thing that you also ask is, for that much mana, are there things in those colors that are better? And at 5 mana in red or white, or red and white, what else can you get? And the list is long. So the only place that this maybe has some use is in the most limited format, which is called limited, where you're not having access to all of Magic's cards, but you have to just deal with what was in the set.
It blows my mind that a card can have 3 words in a text box. Unheard of in Yu-Gi-Oh!
And also, I might point out that the font isn't size 2 font, but actually a legible font.
This is Ristic Study.
Okay.
It's an enchantment.
Whenever an opponent casts a spell, draw a card unless that player plays.
Good.
I'm gonna say good,
Good.
because drawing cards is good.
Gotta be good. I mean, drawing cards is good, and like, this is like persistently doing so.
2, water.
Cost doesn't. I mean, like, if you're playing the, like a water deck, I guess.
I would assume, like, yes, if you're playing a water deck, like you mentioned, why not play this?
Yeah, it's broken. It's basically a staple in blue. In Commander, people hate how ubiquitous this is. If you're in blue, you gotta run it. People hate that it's just like, yeah, you gotta have it in your deck. It's boring that everybody has to have it.
What if you play multiple of this?
You can't. Commander is one card per deck. So that's where this is played. This isn't. So what's really interesting is this was printed actually originally a long time ago. It was legal in Standard. It's legal in Legacy or whatever. No use there. Nobody runs it there. But in Commander, this is amazing.
No, so the thing that's kind of blowing my mind about this video we're making right now, Magic's multiple formats makes it really hard to evaluate cards.
I think it's so strange that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have at least a second format. Like, I understand that you say that the way the game works, multiplayer doesn't really work, but I can't believe Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have the equivalent of Standard. We're just playing with cards from the recent year or two.
Preach.
Just
Konami,
just get boring. Just get a little boring. It's like in Magic.
Yeah. Please give us gold and Edison, for fuck's sake.
What we do sometimes is you go, you know, I'm a little bored with Commander. I'm going to play Pauper now. I'm going to play Modern now. Vice versa. And then you get to still play Magic, but you mix it up a bit. Well, final card.
Ooh.
Can't read that.
This is Time Walk.
Time Walk. Looks older.
Again.
Take an extra turn after this one.
What?
It's broken AF.
I feel like this card must be banned.
I
Like,
love that the text size is so big.
Oh wow.
There's no
It
way
takes
this is
one
just
water
legal.
and some gosh.
So
There's no way this is legal.
Banned before release. Like it did.
No,
release
this was
banned.
not banned before release.
This is pot of greed, isn't it?
This was in Magic's very first set. It is part of what is called the Power 9, which are considered to be the 9 most powerful but also most broken cards in all of Magic. And it is banned in this is banned in Legacy. It is restricted in Vintage. It is banned in Commander. It's banned. It's broken. It's crazy. Yeah, you just be like, cool. I'll spend 2 and take another turn.
It's
Oh my gosh.
that.
It's also not real. By the way, this card would cost, I think, like the cheapest one. It's at least several thousand, if not more than several $1,000s. This is fake. Sorry, it's a fake. I hit Control P on my printer. It's a fake. I could not afford one. I do not own any of the Power 9. Would you like me to look up how much it costs?
Sure.
If you wanted a damaged version of the cheapest version of this, which is an unlimited printing, which is where they stopped printing it, it would only cost you $2,500.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Now, if you wanted to get a non-damaged one, the current listed median is $7,500 for one that looks maybe like that. Now again, I hit Command P.
You got me on that?
I hit Command P. I've got about 20 of them upstairs.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So basically, I could just buy a couple dozen of these. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
If Yu-Gi-Oh had a Power 9, what would that look like? Discussion for the comments.
Pot of Greed, wouldn't that be one of them?
Yeah, Pot of Greed would definitely be one. What would be the Power 9 of Yu-Gi-Oh?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, let us know in the comments. The 9 strongest, most obscenely powerful Yu-Gi-Oh cards. All right, well, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Hopefully you enjoyed our very special guest. Drop a like if you did. Make sure to check out his channel, Tolarian Community College. You probably already know what it is. All right, we'll see you in the next one. Pass turn.
Countless champions have been crowned throughout the history of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! But what about the underdog?
I will probably never forget this video. Stay Safe made a video about Wiles Classic's dumbest ninja looter. I'm gonna watch this. We are doing Nax Ramus. This is the final Nax Ramus run you will ever see ever in the history of World of Warcraft. Wow. This is because Nax Ramus 60, the level 60 vanilla version of Nax Ramus gets removed tomorrow.
Oh my god, really?
Because Nax Ramus level 60 vanilla version goes away tomorrow, you will never be able to get
that
tier
shield
3 gear. You'll never be able to get any of the level 60 Nax Ramus loot, Splinter of Atiash, or build an Atiash. Never be able to get the Corrupted Ashbringer. If it drops, I'm needing it, by the way. If today we get Corrupted Ashbringer, I am going to need it. There's a reason why I'm here on my Paladin and not my Warlock. Need a Ninja. Well, listen, I'm not doing any Master Looting. There is no Master Loot. In this raid, it's always need before greed.
You idiot. What? What a moron! What? It's the last day!
You ninja loot that shit.
Basis raid. We're gonna see if people are nice. Here's how I'm going to approach the ninja loot situation in this raid. I'm just gonna say, hey guys, please don't ninja loot. Please only need things that you actually need. Please don't be a ninja looter. Thank you.
I think people are going to take that about as seriously as they took the social contract.
For understanding. So now everyone's gonna be nice. Everyone's gonna be respectful because I was respectful towards them, and they're gonna be respectful towards the rest of the raid now. So everyone's on the same page. Good.
True.
Okay, me. Who got it? Who got it?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Me.
got it?
Oh my god. Holy shit, it dropped.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Who's gonna ninja it?
Bro, look at everybody needing. Everybody fucking needing for Corrupted Ashbringer.
Oh my god. I have never seen this item in like 35 different Next Rammus lockouts. This is a need. Please God. Let me win this.
Uh-oh.
Holy shit. We have people. Why is a shaman needing this? Why is a mage needing this?
What did you expect? What did you expect was gonna happen?
Oh no.
Listen, if you win it, trade it to me. If you win it, give it to me.
Good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea. Do it. Or I'm never streaming again.
Need the item. Trade it to me, your favorite streamer. Trade the item to me, your...
Zvardakus, Warlock. Level 68 Warlock wearing full tier 2 has won the
A level 68 Warlock and full tier 2. One Corrupted Ashbringer. This is a man who thinks long term. What you have to understand is that about 8 years in the future, they're going to implement a glyph which will allow him
Yeah, for the
a weapon in his inventory for his Felguard's weapon.
yeah.
And he is planning that far into the future. You understand? So this is not really a ninja loot. This is a world first. This is a potential world first in the making of the first Felguard with a Corrupted Ashbringer. Stay Safe should be honored that he was in the same raid group as somebody that had that level of forward thinking, who could think that far into the future and perceive what could be.
Corrupted Ashbringer. Zvardakus.
Where's he going?
He's just running away. Listen, what do I have to do to get that from you? Zvardakus, what do I need to do to get that Corrupted Ashbringer from you? Dude, this guy just might keep it. This guy just might keep it. What do you think he's gonna do? Yeah, I know he's in death.
What's he gonna say?
He's in my guild. He's in my mains guild. What you doing with that corrupted Ashbringer? He's keeping the sword for transmog.
Yes, my man. Yes. God damn, I love this guy. What a G. Holy shit.
Oh.
Dude. This guy is a legend. Like, if they ever bring out Classic Legion, oh my god.
He asked him. He's gonna wait for Classic Legion so we can transmog it?
Yes!
Yes, transmog. What? You...
See, this is the mind. See, you just have to see Stay Safe is a classic Andy. He can't even comprehend the mind of this master. He doesn't even know the level that he is existing on. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Mog it. You're a warlock.
It's
or
like
Pandaria Classic.
Yes, exactly. It's like trying to explain gravity to a gorilla. They don't know what the fuck you're saying. They're confused. They're just like,
What?
They don't see it. Stay Safe couldn't see the bigger picture. Yes, you can. Account wide, you will be. You're joking,
You
right?
need to equip the item for it to be
No, you
added.
don't. No, you don't. All it has to do is be in your bag.
Oh my god, he's he's so lost.
And it will
So
be
lost.
to your Felguard. No, you don't. You need it in your backpack. Yep.
So even in classic mop, you won't be
Look at that stupid little bitch. Get fucked. No sword for you. Imagine typing that.
able to transmog it. Because you have to equip it once. Let's say we do get the classic mop. Yes, you will. No, literally, you will not.
No.
You need to.
No, it has to be in your backpack. And if it is in your backpack, again, in Legion, you can have a glyph that takes a two-handed weapon from your backpack, and it makes it equipped to your Felguard. It is not your transmog. Oh my god. See, this is just another example of how retail chads can't stop winning. You understand? Like, they literally just can't stop winning. It is what it is.
To equip the item one time. We just had our corrupted Ashbringer get
What the
taken by
hell,
a
man?
level 68 warlock who is planning on holding on to it for transmog in classic Mist of Pandaria when he can't even equip the item in the first place to even learn it for transmog. He can't even equip it because he's a warlock. He's just adamant that he's going to be able to do it. He's just adamant. He wants to have it. He wants to hold it. Okay, you know what? Listen, hey, I told you. No.
This is the face of a broken man. A person who had just had their hopes and dreams. Because you have to understand, like, Stay Safe's around my age. There is no way Stay Safe was not sitting in a class in high school thinking about the chance that one day he could have corrupted Ashbringer. You know that for the last 15 years, he has been thinking about this item. And now, he's going to have to think about it for 15 more years. Because a fucking 68 Warlock need rolled on that shit for his Felguard's transmog in Mists of Pandaria or Legion. This is why I want them to bring back Master Loot. This is fucking amazing.
No.
This is the best
Fuck
video
Master
I've seen
Loot.
in my entire life. I fucking love this.
No, listen, real talk. I told you guys there was going to be no Master Looter this entire run, and I just asked people, you remember, rewind the VOD, I said, hey guys, please don't ninja loot items. I said, I trust you guys, I'm not going to have Master Looter, just please don't ninja loot.
Yeah.
And, he ninja looted, right?
He did.
I explicitly said, only need items you can use, please, but I'm not going to have it on Master Looter.
Yep.
And he, needed Corrupted Ashbringer on a level 68 Warlock, and he's going to hold it until Miss Pandaria Classic so we can transmog it, even though we can't transmog it.
As I said, gentlemen, retail chads just can't stop winning. It's impossible. The level, like, this is like some fucking, like, Elon Musk needs to message this guy and ask him about what his plans are for living on Mars. Because this guy is probably farther along in that plan than Elon Musk is. This guy is on another level. He's thinking beyond Mars. He's thinking about living on the sun. Living on other planets. Like, he's in a completely different fucking universe. Another plane of existence.
But he has it in his head that he's going to be able
He's actually playing 4-dimensional chess. No fucking joke. What's fourth dimension? It's time. Actually is playing 4D chess. Holy shit.
He's also in my guild.
Wow.
He's a social in my guild. He's in my mains guild. This is like you actually cannot make this up. Oh my god.
No, you can't.
You know, like I didn't have Master Loot. I made a request of the people in the raid. I said, hey, listen, we're all adults. Just please don't need items that you don't need, right? I just made that request. I tried to give people I just try to give people a chance to be trustworthy, right?
Big mistake. Let's be honest, big mistake. Big mistake. Stay safe, Matt. I remember the name of the paladin that beat me on the roll on Corrupted Ashbringer 15 years ago. His name was Barrington. Fuck Barrington. I remember it. This happened to me too. I too lost the roll on a Corrupted Ashbringer. It was the only time it dropped too. Read the chat. Damn, a guildie that can never even equip takes it though. A guildie. Ninja looted 3 melee items. So sad. The guildie part hurts. Lol, this guy. He will be the world first Corrupted Ashbringer Felguard. Let's finish this up. Yep. Did you have in this mad when he lost the roll? Bro, I was mad at... I'm still mad at him. And it's been 15 years. Yeah, I'm still fucking pissed. Because I would have used it and I'd still be playing the game. He probably quit. He probably quit the game. I'm still playing. I'm pissed.
Have ever seen that item drop in like probably 35 or 40 next Ramus lockouts?
35 or 40.
Let's keep going. Whatever. Let's go. Whatever.
It is what it is.
We just had, to clarify, Corrupted Ashbringer ninja looted on the very last possible day to run next Ramus vanilla. On the very last possible day to get Corrupted Ashbringer you will ever have again. It dropped. The item dropped. It's incredibly rare, but it was needed by a level 68 Warlock who I invited. And now he's going to sit on it for
8
5
years. Yeah.
Hoping maybe that they even decide to do Classic Mop. We don't even know if they're going to do that, but he's praying that they release Classic Miss Pandaria in 5 years, and that he will be able to transmog it. And he won't. Spoiler, he won't. So let the lightning guide you. Amazing. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is, ain't it? I will have to say, in my opinion, Stay Safe is a smart guy. I think that he didn't put it on Master Loot because he knew that some stupid shit like this could happen. And the content was worth more than the item. Because if something stupid happened, it would be a great video. So he just said, listen, I'm going to set these rules and I'll let Jesus take the wheel. And Jesus started speeding. I'll tell you something, this shit is fucking funny. This is fucking funny, oh my god. Y'all have to fucking give Stay Safe a like on this. Give him a sub. Stay Safe is a big friend of the stream. This was fucking amazing. It's hilarious. Yeah. Jesus just finished his 3rd bottle of Jack Daniels. You know, he just lit up a fucking a crack pipe and he's going down the road 95 miles an hour and it's a school zone. Okay, he said, fuck it. Oh my god, this is a good fucking video. Wow. I don't know why I'm not subscribed to Stay Safe. I gotta find some more of these. Holy shit. Yeah, all gas, no brakes, no steering wheel, nothing. I love how everybody in this raid doesn't know how it works.
Classic Andes.
If you play Retail Warlock and you play Retail a lot, you'd know this. But everybody in the raid is mad at this guy because they think that it's like it's not even gonna happen. Oh my god, not just an engine, it's going downhill. Yeah, true, man. True. Oh my god. Classic. Yeah, they don't even know. I don't think that guy knows either. That's a good point. He might not even know either. He's like, oh, I don't know how it really works, but I know there's like one time I logged on during the start of Shadowlands. I wanted to check out the expansion, and there was this like a warlock. He had like a fucking the Might of Minithil, the fucking mace from Nax. How the fuck that happened? I don't know. Like, so I figured I'd just get corrupted Ashbringer, and you know, things work itself out, right? I might as well hold on to it. Shit. You know, like that's it. This is why WoW's trash. Community sucks. What do you mean? This is the best thing that's happened in all of TBC. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this community's trash. Community's trash. No, it's not. This is what happens. This is what happened. This is what happens whenever somebody is put in a situation. Somebody is put in a situation that they have to exist inside of, and they persevere. This is what a man persevering through hardship looks like. This is what survivalism looks like. This is living on the edge of Mount Everest, drinking your own piss without a blanket. This man survived. And in 8 years, we will see the fruits of his labor.
Oh no.
If he doesn't quit the game by then. Like, yeah, it really, I mean, like, this shit's fucking funny to me. I love this. This is so fucking funny to me. We actually played on a fresh server. Say Safe said he was offered 60k gold and declined it. Well, yeah, of course. Who cares about the gold? I mean, like, you do what? Oh, you want gold? Just buy gold. Just buy gold. Blizzard doesn't ban you for it. I mean, so why not buy gold? Yeah, he probably already quit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shit, the very first Felguard with an Ashbringer. Exactly, think about that. It will be the world first. This is a man who has a chance to make World of Warcraft history. And you think he's gonna fucking sell himself downstream to sell out World of Warcraft history for 60,000 gold? Fuck no. Stay safe, let's lick your forehead, he said. Tell him I haven't showered in a while. Yeah. How would you rank classes by level of fun? Honestly, I think so. If they bring out a season of mastery and it's not a season of astery, I will play Warlock. Like, I want to try out classic WoW Warlock. I will unironically try it out. And I got my lock on Benediction. Yeah, like, I think Warlock is the... In my opinion, whenever every other class is level 60, Warlocks are level 70. Whenever every other class is level 70, Warlocks are level 80. Whenever every other class is level 80, Warlocks are 85. They have everything else that every other class has, and more. Like locks are fucking awful. Locks are gods. Like, a good Warlock is more deadly than any other class in the game. Like, locks are, in my opinion, the original hero class. Yeah, some even have the Ashbringer. You gotta keep that in mind. Yeah, they don't have Blade Storm? Yeah, you're right, because their level 70 ability does more damage than it. You realize Warlocks are gonna get out damaged. So, oh, Blade Storm, but they don't have Blade Storm. Guess what, idiot? Blade Storm is target capped. Seed of Corruption isn't. You don't know anything. Go back to the forums. Get out of here. I don't want to hear it. Idiot. We should go back and ban him. Should we ban him? I think we should. Ban him from the stream. Get him out of here, yes? Maybe I should. No, we're not really bad. But, like, listen, like, Warlocks are the best class. Everybody knows it. It's just a fact. Do you mind support? I'm not going to read that. Shut up. I don't want to support your hashtag. Get the fuck out of here. That's the second time you typed it. I saw it the first time. I ignored it. Now you're doing it again? Shut your fucking mouth. Type it again, I ban you. Fuck you. So, look, this is just incredible. there are times whenever a master realizes that he is not truly a master, and that there's somebody who is on a completely different level than he is. And that's the way I feel right now. That there's somebody out there that could, like, this makes me feel shame that I didn't do this. This is fucking brilliant. Like, that's it. Damn, that's fucked up. I'm trying to help people out. That's great, man. Well, now you're banned. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Look at this. It's been done on a private server? Yeah, but it's a private server. Who cares about a private server? I mean, really, I'm just trying to fucking stream. Wants me to fucking go on Twitter and talk about his problem. Get out of here. I'm gonna read the comments. I actually can't believe this happened to the Mao. What a wild way to end the expansion. Watch can use it for transmog. They can. If you trust classic players, you deserve to be ninja. True. You took that very well. I'm sure if you were there in person, his throat might have gotten punched. Bro, like, I think that that would not have even happened. It would have not even been the violence, because it would have been like, like a Pokemon uses confusion. Like, you just stand there stupefied, asking yourself, is this real? Is this a dream? Like, is this really happening to me right now? Like, did this really happen? I thought Royson taught us about trust. Any greeters? Oh my god, I forgot all about that. That shit was fucking amazing. Wow. Let's see here. Love the recent consistent YouTube uploads, bro. Classic players are such special human beings. Ninja looted in a need and greed run. This could have been avoided. A fitting end for Burning Crusade. School Stay Safe gave people the possibility to be honest, and some people don't respect the gamer code. You just don't do this. You don't understand what the gamer code is. It's either ninja or be ninja'd. Loot or be looted. You gotta live on your own. Stay Safe ain't paying his sub. Man. Gamer code. It's a battle royale. Man, I used to like that's what's fun about games like Rust. Like, it is. Like, obviously, like, I would never do this because I would have it on Masterwood. I'd have looted it to myself. But, like, it's funny that people get into these situations. You know what I mean? Yeah, Rust is understandable, exactly. Oh my god. And Nax removed forever? Yes, Nax is removed forever. So just so you understand, this was the last time that this item could ever drop in the history of Classic World of Warcraft. The last time ever. And it was ninja looted by a warlock. Yes. I will probably never forget this video. I will never forget this video. Like, this is something truly beautiful. You're so better. Never obtained Wrath in original Wrath of the Lich King, Shadowmourn. I actually, not obtaining Shadowmourn in Wrath of the Lich King was unironically one of the most important lessons in my life that I've ever learned. Like, if I were to go back and I could fucking tinker with time, I would not change that. Because that happened to me, and it was like a fucking paradigm shift in my entire life outlook. So this is what happened, right? Is that we were doing ICC 25-man every fucking week. Every week we'd do it because Talib would put the group together, and he'd raid lead it, and he was our raid leader, our guild master at the time. And he was like, think about every bad stereotype for a raid leader. He's where they come from, okay? But the problem was that Talib was so fucking good at the game, nobody could ever call him out on anything. He was a huge, like, I modeled the way I raid led after Talon. I thought, I was like, this guy knows what's going on, all right? This guy fucking, this Giga Chat, he does what he fucking needs to do, right? And so, anyway, Talib, you know, he put the raid together for Shadowmourne every week, and he got his Shadowmourne. And then I kind of was hoping that I would get mine after his, and we would be able to put a raid together, and I'd be able to get mine. And then we stopped doing ICC. He stopped doing the raids. Because he's like, I already got this shit. I don't want to do it for you too. Like, relax. And so, like, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I really got to go out on my own. I got to make this shit happen for myself. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just go around and fucking, like, expect somebody else to get me my legendary. You know what I mean? To make things happen for me. Like, I got to be my own biggest advocate. And I wasn't doing that. I was just, you know, being a good little boy, hoping that I'd get a, you know, they'd throw me a bone. And I was actually so glad, like, in retrospect, that happened because, you know, in Cataclysm, y'all see in the Story of Asmongold video, man, I took matters into my own hands. and I did what I needed to do. That's it. I know, yeah. And it was an important lesson for me. So I'm not actually upset that I didn't get Shadowmourne. Did I ever get the Warbaron Classic? Yeah, I did. I did get the Warbaron Classic. Here, I'll show you a video of it. There's me. That's me. What's this here? Where's the part where I got it? Oh, I guess it wouldn't. I guess it would be at TBC. Yeah, it'd be TBC. What am I thinking? So let's see where we can find it. There it is. That was whenever I got it. It was a good fucking time. It's so crazy to think it was that long ago. That was my original TB. Were you happy? I was beyond happy, man. I was so happy. Good days, huh? You goddamn right it was. This guy worked on Donald Trump's campaign. Bro, Crip, like... Man, I love this guy. I remember one time we had this 16-year-old girl in our guild. And Kryptonites would fucking argue with her. Like, they would go back and forth all the time, over and over and over and over and over, right? And they would argue. And one time they were fighting, and this was in Nax, in like Wrath. And this other guy, his name was Rixa, he was a rogue, says to Kryptonites, he's like, Krypt, do you know whenever you, okay, he's like a Russian, I can't really do the accent. Do you know that whenever you argue with a 16-year-old girl, you sound like a 16-year-old girl? Everybody was quiet. Kryptonites literally never had another argument with her again. It actually just stopped it. Just straight up fucking ended it. He got so like Crypt, like the thing is, bro, like he and I, we played together like every night. Like this was my boy. And so this is actually him. Was the top picture of him with the staff? I guess maybe not. So like this is us back in like original Nex Ramus. Kryptonites, like he got a TS. And the worst thing about it is I had his account info. I could have said, yeah, this is my brother's account and he died. I could have ATS on my account right now, stolen valor, but I forgot the information. Yeah, I didn't have it. Like I have like 3 screenshots of it. That's it. Russian lives in NA, just an NA server. I don't remember actually. I forgot where he was from. I think maybe he was from Canada or some shit actually. I don't know. Should have wrote it down. Yeah, nice original Nax. Yeah. I mean, like, bro, like original Nax. Like this is it. That's us actually, like, that was the... Isn't it nuts? There it is, right there, man. The FPS? This was good FPS for me. Yeah, so many frames per second. Yeah, there were dozens of them. Dozens of frames. Not per second, but, you know, in general. You playing on Sky Fury or Maladeath? I'm gonna play on the PvP server because that's where everybody's gonna be on, right? Like, let's be honest. I feel like most people are gonna be on the PvP server. Excuse me. Let's be honest, we farm for Shadowmourne? Yeah, it's a joke to get Shadowmourne. That shit's easy. It's crazy to go back and look at all those people, man. I remember this guy's in Rushio. Bro, this guy used tier 3 shoulders for the entire duration of Burning Crusade. Because he could never get the shoulders from Karazhan, and he wasn't in a guild. So, like, we brought him to Nax, and he was like, unironically, these are an upgrade for me, I need these. And he used the tier 3 warrior shoulders for the entirety of fucking TVC. Where are some of the other people y'all might recognize? I think this guy right here, I'm not sure if it is him or not. That might be ST Pally. Behind me, that's the Keen. You see that, the Keena's Guardian? That's Palladini. In my classic guild now. That he was there, and he got the mace. I didn't get it. He beat me on the roll to it. I was pissed. That's a rock elemental? Yeah. People on tier 4, was it that good at level 70? Nah, this guy was like kind of a fucking a spur. So he just like I think he was in the guild, but he was like obnoxious and shit, right? So nobody really wanted to raid with him. And I guess he still had the tier 4 helmet. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember. We need Bodegro back. We had, and then Inu got the bow. Let me see if I have a picture of that shit. That's probably him right there. Damn. Yeah, oh yeah, there it is. See, like, he got it right there. That's the original and the Ruby and Slave Maker. He still has this shit. He still plays. I was in the guild Spirits Within. Oh, yeah, you were on Thrall. I remember that guild. Yeah. Oh my god, that's crazy. Let's see. Yeah, I remember that very well. Yeah, there it is. Let's see if I find anything else. And that was me on the throne. See, like, look at that, bro. Like, I look so good. That's the day I won the roll on the bear, man. That was it. God damn, that was a big day. God fucking damn, that was a big day. Top DPS? You goddamn fucking right. That's for my fucking bear. I went to work. Watching House of the Dragon? No, I haven't. Wasn't a bear last chance you could get it? So, the way that... So I made a group to farm the bear mount before Wrath. And the last day, I lost the roll on the bear mount every single week. And we found out and we did the math and we realized that on the last day of the Burning Crusade, the day before the pre-patch, ZA would reset for one day, one final chance. I was the only person in the group that didn't have the bear. We go in with my team the last day.
Disconnect.
We ring the gong. We pull like a first pack of trash. And the servers crash. No shit, the fucking servers crash. I am distraught. I am fucking freaking out, man. I am so unhappy. I'm so sad. And we come back, and we're like 5 or 7 minutes behind. We're able to log back in. Everybody's able to get back in. Bro, we chain pot, pop off, play out of our fucking minds when we got the bear. We came back after the server crash, and we got the fucking bear. I got on the last day of Burning Crusade. The real reason why I didn't swap to a DK and Wrath is because I had the bear on my warrior, and I was not like I went through hell to get this. I'm not gonna play another character where I don't have this mount. That was it, man. Happy birthday? It's not my birthday. Why'd you record everything? How'd you know you would use it? I always have recorded things because I never want to forget it. I knew it was just fun, man. I never want to forget what I did. And like the people that were with me and the time that I spent, man, I wouldn't trade that for anything. I was so happy playing this game all the time. God damn, it was fucking good. That's me and my bear the first time. There's Palladini congratulating me on my bear mount from original fucking Burning Crusade. Look at that. Bro, they had been farming this all morning. With all of their alts, they invite me in for one run. One group. The mount drops, I win it. I didn't even know what it was. They're fucking furious. I remember, like, this was a good fucking time, man. Ever seen Kid Zach Rar? What do you
Yeah. The Kodo dropped for me on the first kill as well. I just did not win it.
mean inner scene kid? I was like 19. I was a scene kid. It was 2009. It was 2008. Yeah, that's whenever it was popular to do that. It was outer scene kid. Shut up. Suck it, Palladini. True, brother. Hell yeah. I had long fucking hair and wore hoodies in 2009. So did I. Weren't you 30 in 2008? Yeah. If you were a skinny kid, you had to be seen. It was really the only option. Yeah, it was the only option for you to be cool. True. Popular crowd was emo. It was weird as fuck. We never really had a popular crowd at our school. Everybody just got along with everybody. Whenever you're poor as fuck and you go to my high school, like, ain't nobody thinking they're above anybody else. Everybody just got along. This is the kind of shit Zach and I would always do. Like, he would sit behind me, and like, so we would join these runs to do, like, pre-mades for, like, AV and shit. And it was, the raid, we would try to get the Bloodthirsty title. This is, like, whenever they added it in Cataclysm. So, I would join the raid. I told this story before, right? This is the kind of bullshit, like, me, him, and Austin used to do. Is, I would join the group, and I would join the event server. I'd be like, hello? Is this for the Bloodthirsty? And I would just be super fucking annoying. And then he would join the group. I could go on and do the whole story. I don't feel like it right now because I gotta watch some other shit. But, like, we would ask the same stupid questions over and over and over. Like, another thing that we used to do is whenever... Oh, fuck. What was it? Get turned off? Good now, we good. Alright, so anyway, what was I saying? Fucking, oh yeah, so we would do Strand of the Ancients. Strand of the Ancients. Y'all remember that shit? And we would QBGs, like it's the same as you guys probably. We QBGs all night long. It would be me, Zach, Austin, Bogey, maybe Hayden, maybe some of our other friends from online, etc. whenever we would queue Strand of the Ancients, as soon as we realized that we were on the opposite boats, we would say in the chat, Ocean Strat? Hey, you guys want to do Ocean Strat? Who wants to do Ocean Strat? And other people in the group are like, what the fuck is Ocean Strat? We never heard of that. What the fuck is Ocean Strat? What the fuck is this? And I'm like, oh, don't worry. Just let us take care of it. We'll show you what Ocean Strat is. And so anyway, we're like, let us get in the tanks, and we're going to do Ocean Strat. And they're like, okay. Yeah, like, we win it every time.
Oh no.
All right, sure. So, Ocean Strat, we get in the tanks. And we're
driving to the ocean.
Towards the gate. And we go, whoop! We drive that bitch right out into the water. And we just go as far as we possibly fucking can. Just driving out with the tank at the bottom of the ocean, riding out next to each other. And the general chat's just popping off like Battleground chat. Man, fuck you, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, I never play with you again. I'm gonna put in a ticket on your ass right now. I can't believe you, bitch. Fuck you, man. And I'm like, damn, no. I'm like, no, we're gonna come in from the other side. We're gonna come in from the others. We're gonna appear on the mountain behind them. Just watch. And like you did, now you get a 7-day ban. Yeah, I know you can't do that shit no more. But we could do it back then, right? So we would do it all the time. Like, Ocean Strat, yeah. Strand of the Ancients actually sucks. Yeah, that corpse. Yeah, they're getting corpse farmed on the beach whenever we driving the tanks out in the water. That was a good time. Here we go. This is a video. This is actually talking about the new Wrath of the Lich King LFG system. For you guys that didn't know, they're not doing the LFG system for Wrath of the Lich King, at least on release. The only concern that I have is players that are playing a really unbalanced faction. Like, it's a well-populated server, but 99% of the players are one faction. So, like, if you're part of that 1%, or 3% people that's like Alliance or Horde in whichever server you're on, like, your experience in the game is really bad. And LFD made that easier. So I hope they have a way for people like that to be able to, either leave that server or play with other people. Here we go.
Going into Wrath of the Lich King, Blizzard has fully moved into doing things as #some changes.
Which
and
is
frankly,
good.
they've ended up changing a lot of things in a really positive way.
I like how he didn't mouse over it, but he showed it with the body types 1 and 2. I don't know why body type 2 you can't have a bare chest. That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that weird? There's like no option for that. I tried to look and there's none.
Death Knights in the pre-patch, cooldowns resetting after a boss encounter ends, changes to Winter Grasp to make it more accessible, and so on. And I'm all for it. If you want a different game from retail, it's got to start doing things differently. This to me points towards Blizzard wanting to take Classic long-term, not just, hey, let's do Wrath and then wrap it up. In fact, I strongly believe they will do Kata and beyond. But today,
I feel very uncertain about whether they're going to do Cataclysm or not. I think that if you looked at, like, let's say 100% of people wanted classic vanilla WoW. Like, I'd say 90% of people want classic Burning Crusade. And then maybe 85 to 80%, probably closer to 85. A lot of people have, like, really good nostalgia of Wrath. Of, like, wanted Wrath of the Lich King. I feel like in Cataclysm, that 85 to 80% goes down to, like, 50. Like, I view, like, Vanilla, BC, and Wrath as, like, the original trilogy. And then after that, the game changed. So I'm not as certain as he is about them releasing classic Cataclysm. I find it unlikely. Yeah, 25%. Yeah, a lot less people want classic Cata. I feel like the nostalgia wears off after Wrath of the Lich King for a lot of people. But if they were like, okay, so after Wrath, we're going to have Mists of Pandaria, and then after Mists of Pandaria, we're going to have Legion. And people are like, what about Cataclysm or WAD? Well, what do you mean?
Fuck WAD.
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, no, yeah. So this is the release schedule, and that's just about it. Yep, problem solved.
Today we have a topic which I already know has solidly divided the community.
Yeah.
Something which it's easy to remember as a core feature of Wrath as an expansion when it didn't initially release until right near the end.
Yeah, this didn't come out until like whenever ICC was released, and it had been out for a while.
Looking for Dungeon Tool. Almost everything you see online has people arguing back and forth about its inclusion or lack thereof in this expansion. The forums, Reddit, I even ran a poll a while ago and more people were in favour of having this feature make a return than leaving it out. But Blizzard, thus far, has remained adamant that the LFD we once knew will not be in Wrath.
I don't think that you need LFD. I just think that you need a good group finder. Like, for example, not having it be automated, I think is probably okay. But I don't see why, like, you can't just, like, queue directly into the dungeon, because there were a lot of advantages. I think that LFD back then would teleport you to the dungeon. I'm pretty sure it did. And that was a really big bonus on its own.
And it will instead be replaced with an LFM type feature, not too dissimilar from what they have on retail. In a previous video I've said, let's see what they will do, let's see what their vision is for this new system, and then we can talk about it. Well, I've seen it, and it's time to talk about it. Let's cover everything known about the new LFM system, the good and the bad of how it currently works, and what I would have liked to see. Before we continue, a quick word from today's sponsor, Dragon Raja. Dragon Raja is a free-to-play MMORPG available on mobile and PC. Developed with Unreal Engine, jump through the world with parkour.
Put you in a group with a bunch of other dumbasses that didn't know anything, and it was really hard to do in a random group because you had to CC a few mobs and, you know, like maybe have a little bit of planning at the beginning. So that's what the issue was. Like, I did this all the time with my guild. We never had trouble with the heroics. Like, except for that one boss. That boss was a motherfucker. But besides that, it was okay. So I think the problem really is that I think that
many thanks to Dragon Raja for the sponsor today. Let's talk WoW.
Absolutely.
We should start with a quick reminder of what the true to last patch Dungeon Finder resembled from original Wrath.
I think that the problem with Dungeon Finder, and this is what happened in Cataclysm, is that I actually, going back, there was a few bosses that were really hard. I think the best example is like Ozruk in Stonecore. He was like the third boss after the dragon. He was really hard to beat. Like, actually, like, it was a genuinely hard boss. However, a lot of the other bosses were not hard. The Cataclysm Heroics on release were not hard. The problem was that the random dungeon finder put you in a group with a bunch of other dumbasses that didn't know anything, and it was really hard to do in a random group because you had to CC a few mobs and, you know, like maybe have a little bit of planning at the beginning. So that's what the issue was. Like, I did this all the time with my guild. We never had trouble with the heroics. Like, except for that one boss. That boss was a motherfucker. But besides that, it was okay. So I think the problem really is that grouping people up in a random dungeon finder, whenever the dungeon finder creates fail states at too high of a rate. Like, there was such a high rate of fail states with the dungeon finder in Cataclysm, that's why the dungeons got nerfed. It's the same reason why people didn't want to do Halls of Reflection or the Oculus back in Wrath.
Yeah, that's what I remembered as well. This quest is pretty fucked up because of phasing.
is that it just had a very high rate of fail states. That's all it comes down to.
Really simple, in fact. There are bonuses in the form of badges for random or daily dungeons. You pick your role, pick whether you want any random or specific dungeon from normal or heroic, press Q, and that is it. As a tank you wait roughly 2 seconds, a DPS about 20 minutes, and healers somewhere in between. You pops, you press accept, you get teleported to the dungeon, and you begin. It would also search cross-server to greatly improve queue times. And then at the end of the dungeon or upon leaving, you're teleported back to where you were originally. It really was, you push a button and you get teleported to a dungeon. Here is our new version. Let's start with the good stuff. Straight away, there's more to this than just being a dungeon finder. This tool covers all group-based activities from dungeons, raids, open world, PvP.
I will say that for high-end, like end-game players, I think like not having a dungeon finder is like kind of okay. But for like, if you're like level 47, you're realistically not going to do Maradon unless there's a dungeon finder that queues you over there. You see what I'm saying? There's like no way you're going to go out of your way to go do Maradon. So, I think it's better and it's good for players while they're leveling up to do the dungeons. Because I just think it's a more well-rounded, fun experience than not doing them. So if they had the group finder for like lower level dungeons, I would be totally fine with that. That's actually kind of like what we have right now in retail WoW. Is like the group finder, nobody uses the group finder for dungeons except for low level players. Because Mythic, you have to run to the dungeon. Mythic Plus, you have to run to the dungeon. Whenever you think about it, that's what everybody's doing. Like they're probably even like casual players are probably doing Mythic 0s or Mythic 2s or 3s. So nobody's just like spamming heroics constantly. At least I feel like there's not that many of those people, and they don't even see that. So I think that I think that making it to where lower level players can use the dungeon finder is probably a good thing. And then maybe by the time that like Ulduar comes out or TOC comes out, where people have like a higher baseline of gear, maybe the random group finder would be more okay. Because that way you will have people that are better geared and you will have less fail states with the group finder. Because you just, again, you don't want to have, it feels really bad whenever you queued into a group and everybody is under geared and they're bad and you keep wiping and you can't do anything about it. And Blizzard put this group together for you and you can't kick extra people out because of the vote kick restrictions. It just sucks.
And Goldshire stuff. Each tab gives good options on all available content, including old world content such as open world PvP objectives or vanilla raids, if you ever wanted to do those for some reason. Now, in order to post in the LFG channel, players will have to be listed on the group finder somewhere, which should significantly cut out the amount of spam that will be seen. The create listing part of the tool is fine to me, it gives enough options, and there's a text box where you can add extra bits on. It does its job. There's also good reporting options available on the UI, so you can get rid of any want to sell spam fairly easily. Side note, I'm assuming this tool becomes available at level 10 or 15, I forget exactly what it was originally, but if it's for all content it will be available at a low level, I'm quite sure about that. On retail they had to add a bunch of restrictions as to who can post in the LFM to stop people selling services. Then,
which is like, I think that's crazy. It's insane to me that because like the LFG, like this is a global listing or like a region-wide listing. How is it that one person per like 8 hours, right, in an 8-hour shift can't just right-click and remove the accounts that are selling things? Why can't you just hire one person and have them just click and remove that? I don't understand it.
Again, if you do need to be at least levels 10 or 15, that's an investment that has to be undertaken. And it's not like we have trial accounts in Classic either. Well, at the moment at least. So it should be fine in terms of not having too much spam, but it will be on the players at the end of the day to report stuff and actually make it usable. So those, I would say, are the main benefits. Onto the parts where I think there are problems. This is related to the group browser part of the tool. You can list your class as a role you cannot do. Why is this a thing? So I understand some groups may end up running dungeons where they do 4 DPS, 1 healer once they get enough gear, or maybe even 5 DPS as DKs, who knows? And that's fine, you just advertise in the extra text.
I remember back in Wrath, like how would you do Ramparts? 5 DKs. maybe you get like a paladin or something like that to heal you. But most of the time, 5 DKs.
Xbox that you're going to be doing that, but if I'm a warlock, why can I set myself as a healer? What am I going to be creating health stones and handing out bandages? In fact, if I list myself as a role my class cannot do, it just says no roles have been filled on the UI. I don't see why this exists. When you
It seems like an obvious oversight.
request to join a group, it doesn't show what specialization you're playing. If you need a healer and a DPS and a shaman joins, they have to confirm that in text. Same problem when combining groups, just on a larger scale. Nothing's really known about who is joining your party. Group delistings are auto-updated on the UI, but not changes to the size of the party, i.e. people joining or leaving. Means you have to press refresh a lot. The group finder UI isn't movable or resizable. It looks the part, but finding a group will be an ongoing effort of spamming refresh. I'd want to keep it somewhere where it's taking up a bit less of the real estate of my screen. So those are the main issues for me, and aside from that, this tool really has to be better than the looking for group bulletin board add-on. If you don't consider the bulletin board add-on instantly obsolete when this tool officially releases, it's just not good enough.
I think I don't understand why Blizzard doesn't just take what they have in retail WoW. Just do that. I feel like just take that tool and just put it in Wrath. I think that maybe they're worried about classic players getting upset that there's something from retail being put into Wrath of the Lich King. But in my opinion, I think it's just the best version of the tool that exists, and so just put that in the game.
Should be immediately and clearly an upgrade which everybody will want to use. The worst case scenario here is the player base split between using 2 separate sources for doing the same thing. Even using both should be considered a loss here, as the whole idea with the LFG tool is it takes spam out of the chat and into a tool where people can easily and quickly match with each other. The LFG tool in its current state is not better than the bulletin board add-on. It's a competitor to it, not strictly an upgrade. In terms of the thing bulletin board does better, it's resizable, it auto-updates when new posts come in the chat, and the UI has more customization options for appearances.
It looks better. And this is also like, I would say this is probably even a little bit better than what they have in game. In terms of like how long the group's been there, yeah, this is just like small quality of life features. Like, I think that like what should stay classic, I feel like friction that is created by like bad systems or like bad menus, that's not really classic WoW. That's just annoying. It's like there were certain things back in the day that they just didn't have the technology for. The timer's great. Yeah, I think so too. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'll use the bathroom. I'll be good. Couldn't get groups on my Pally. I could always find groups. It was never an issue back in like original Wrath.
On to the second part of the video, feature criticism. Aside from how the tool works, will it do its job? So I want to highlight a few things here. With the retail tool, 99% of the time it's being used for a specific activity. You list that you're doing a specific mythic
Hi, Kira.
a specific raid. It's tailored to finding a group for one activity. In
So eine Stunde.
early game, you want to do heroic dungeons. Literally any of them for badges.
Also so eine Stunde werde ich wohl noch bleiben. Wieso? Damn it. Ja, muss ich das Video irgendwann random wiederfinden. Sind keine Lesezeichen, das. Ach so, du meinst das hier. Ja, guck dir mal hier habe ich wenigstens ein paar Lesezeichen. Guck dir mal bei mir Firefox an. Siehst du die Zahl da oben? Na jetzt, warte mal, jetzt sieht man sie nicht mehr gescheit. Da, siehst du. Weg. Also siehst du die Zahl da oben neben dem X. Weißt du, also hier bei den Tabs da, siehst du diese Zahl. Kannst du erkennen, was das für eine Zahl ist? Das ist ein Add-on, was ich drauf gemacht habe. Also kannst du die Zahl erkennen? Oh, da bei dem Pop-up sieht man es jetzt auch. Da steht 354, siehst du das? Ja, genau. Jetzt rat mal, was diese Zahl bedeutet. Ja. Ich habe überall 350 Tabs offen. Und was hast du so bis jetzt getrieben? Ah, ich glaube, ich muss diese Quest da drüben jetzt machen, sonst funktioniert das mit dem Phasing hier nicht. Und wann 80? Muss ja bald soweit sein, oder? Raids gehen jetzt los. Oha. Hast schon nach Dalaran geschafft. Diese Stelle hier in dem Spiel, das ist die ekelhafteste Quest-Stelle, die es in Wrath of the Lich King gibt. Das Problem ist, dass hier so ein ganz komisches Phasing ist. Wo du manche Quests nicht abschließen kannst, weil du erst das Phasing richtig hinkriegen musst. Ich glaube, ich muss die Quests hier drüben erst noch fertig machen. Die beiden hier und dann vielleicht danach noch ein paar, ich weiß es nicht mehr. Damit diese Riesen da richtig gefaced sind. Das ist so ätzend. Weil im Grunde muss ich zu dem König von den Riesen und muss von Thorim war das, glaube ich, aus einer Questline hier oben auf dem Tempel. Ja, muss ich so ein dem sein, wie heißt das, wo man drauf schmiedet, mit dem Hammer draufhaut. Englisch ist es Anvil. Gott, wie heißt das auf Deutsch? Weiß nicht mehr, wie das auf Deutsch heißt. Anvil. Das da. Wie heißen die auf Deutsch? Warum? What the fuck? Da. Amboss, ja genau. Man muss dem so einen Amboss bringen. Aber das funktioniert nicht wegen dem beschissenen Phasing. Kann ich mich sehr gut dran erinnern. Das Problem hatte ich damals auch schon. Ich brauche unbedingt mal ein Add-on, wo ich diesen Floating Battle Text anders habe. Das ist so nervig, wenn der halbe Bildschirm immer mit Zahlen vollgepflastert ist. Vor allem, weil man nicht mal sieht, was was macht. Aber war bis jetzt zu faul, mich darüber zu informieren, ob es irgendwas Gescheites gibt. Nee, ich will ja schon Zahlen sehen, aber halt eben nicht so. Und das, was ich auf Retail, ja gut, im Moment auch nicht mehr wirklich benutze, aber was ich sonst benutzen würde, ist Mix Scrolling Battle Text oder irgendwie so heißt, oder Combat Text oder irgendwie so. Das gibt's aber auf Classic nicht. Oh, ich weiß noch, hier habe ich mich damals mal mit einem Kerl in die Wolle gekriegt, an der Stelle hier. Weil ich weiß nicht mehr, warum ich hierher gekommen bin. Aber der Kerl, nachdem ich hier 5 Minuten rumgelaufen bin, ist der mir auf einmal auf den Sack gegangen, ob ich hier farmen will. Ich habe gesagt, was soll ich denn hier farmen? Und dann siehst du hier diese Dinge hier, diese komischen Staube, also dieses graue Item. Jedes von denen ist halt 16 Silber oder so wert. Und die droppen das super oft. Und dann bin ich halt, dann habe ich das halt gecheckt und dann bin ich halt noch mal 5 Minuten länger hier geblieben. Und dann ist der aber ausgerastet, der Kerl. Das war so lustig. Der ist voll aggro geworden. Weißt du, wenn du hier halt abends oder nachts oder so halt alleine rumläufst, da sind halt sau viele von denen. Kannst du relativ gut Geld farmen. Was kennst du? Dass man hier farmt oder was? Oder auf was war das? Ich habe wahrscheinlich vorher irgendwas anderes gefragt und ich bin wieder nur blöd. Und der ist halt auf einmal, also der ist halt voll pissig geworden, als wenn ich die Ehre seiner Kuh in den Dreck, also als wenn ich den Namen seiner Kuh in den Dreck gezogen hätte. Richtig aggro geworden. Ich habe das nicht jetzt so da reingemacht oder so, also... Ach so, ob du das kennst, das war die Frage, ob du Mix Dingens da kennst, jetzt check ich's. Nee, ich hab generell noch kein Add-on, einfach so gecopy-pasted. Also das klappt eh nie richtig. Man muss auch meistens... Es gibt zwar eine ganze Menge Add-ons, wo du im Grunde nur irgendwo in der Textdatei einen Satz umschreiben musst, dann funktionieren die teilweise sogar. Aber da habe ich mich noch nicht wirklich drüber informiert. Also spezifisch zu dem halt jetzt auch nicht. Ich gucke halt immer nur bei CurseForge, und wenn es da nicht drin ist, dann existiert das für mich nicht. Magst du meine Taube? Ich habe schon viele negative Kommentare gegenüber der Taube gehört. Von schmuddeligen Hordlern. Die jetzt auf Ali spielen. Die mögen alle meine Taube nicht. Beziehungsweise mögen ihre Tauben nicht, die sie jetzt haben. Ja, die Ali-Taube. Ja, ich auch. Ich hatte die auch damals. Das war mein erstes Flugtier. Die hatte ich auf dem Pala. Das schwarze... Was war denn das dritte nochmal? Das andere ist schwarz und das dritte ist... Das dritte, das normale Viech, dieses braune Flugviecher? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr. Ah, das schwarze Viech hatte ich auf jeden Fall auf meinem Charmy. Also dieses schwarz-grünlich, wie auch immer man diese Farbe halt nennen will. Ja, ich benutze so Sachen auch einfach nur nicht gerne, weil selbst wenn die funktionieren, heißt das nicht unbedingt, dass die funktionieren. Das kann halt auch bedeuten, dass die halt eben, ja, funktionieren, aber im Hintergrund halt die ganze Zeit Lua-Fehler wie bescheuert ausspucken. Also dass die halt im Hintergrund die ganze Zeit Errors haben. Und ja. Das ist auch der Grund, warum ich generell mit so wenig Add-ons wie möglich spiele, weil, ja, nicht gerade der neueste PC. Wie soll man das komische Öl öfter droppen? Ja, unfassbar. Dieser Schatten. Du hast aber doch jetzt noch, da hast du, dann hast du aber über die letzten 2 Tage ziemlich viel gemacht, oder? Hast du vor 2 Tagen noch 71? Oder vor 3 Tagen? Also zumindest vergleichsweise viel zu dem, was halt vorher so passiert ist. Es ist halt echt nervig, weil ich generell den Teil hier vom Bildschirm, der ist komplett unbrauchbar. Sobald ein Kampf anfängt, weil der halt voll mit Zahlen ist die ganze Zeit. Oh Gott, diesen verpackten Mob gibt's ja immer noch. Den gab es damals auch schon. Kann ich mich genau dran erinnern. Den Mob gab es damals auch schon. Hast du nicht gemeint, dass dein Bruder letztens auf Drogen gewesen wäre? Ich habe gefragt, beziehungsweise gesagt, hast du nicht gemeint, dass dein Bruder letztens irgendwie auf Droge gewesen wäre? Na. Schreibungspflichtige Drogen oder eher nicht so? Ah, okay. Ich müsste mal zum Dingens gehen, zum Postkasten. Wenn ich den aufmache, müsste mir einiges an Geld entgegenfallen. Ach shit, man musste ja... Muss ja diese komischen Holz... nicht Holz, diese Rohdinger da abschießen. What? Letzter hat nicht gezählt. Die Questline, da hat doch ein bisschen länger jetzt gedauert, als ich gehofft hatte. Ich kann das nicht fassen, ey, dass sie die ganzen Bugs halt auch nicht gefixt haben. Du hast immer noch die gleichen Bugs wie damals. Ich habe insgesamt, also ich habe 2 oder 3 Mal eine Quest komplett zu Tode gebuggt. Ich hatte das Ding da oben getroffen, das war ja sogar in Flammen. Ich denke mal, ich habe das wahrscheinlich verbuggt, weil ich ausgestiegen bin, bevor das Ding getroffen hat. Immer noch 9. Oh, ich habe aber 2, das reicht. Wenn ich Glück habe, bin ich jetzt endlich fertig. Aber nur wenn ich Glück habe. Also da müsste das Phasing eventuell wieder stimmen. Weil das waren jetzt, glaube ich, die letzten Quests für dieses Brunhilde-Dingens da. Für diesen Daily Hub. Ich hoffe zumindest, dass das die letzten Quests für den Daily Hub waren. Ach nee, da kommt doch noch das, wo man diese blöden Drachen reiten muss. Da habe ich das schon gemacht. Nee, ich glaube, nee, das habe ich noch nicht gemacht. Dann kommt jetzt, glaube ich, noch mal was. Und wenn ich damit fertig bin, dann ist, glaube ich, das Phasing bei den Riesen endlich am Ende. Kann ich endlich diese blöde Quest abgeben. Und dann müsste ich mit dem Schmuddel hier endlich vorbei sein. Ja. Ich hänge hier tatsächlich gerade nur fest, weil ich diesen komischen Daily Quest habe hier mit den ganzen Walküren da nicht fertig habe. Weil die mir halt das Phasing versauen. Nein, nicht schon wieder Titan. Wieso? Mir fehlen immer noch 13. Nee, diese blöden Bugs braucht kein Mensch. Es sind keine Dailies keine neuen Quests nachgekommen. Nur noch diese Daily da vorne. Das ist, glaube ich, auch alles, was man jetzt noch hier machen kann. Also du kriegst halt ja jeden Tag hier vorne eine Daily. Und ich glaube, jetzt müsste das Phasing stimmen. Vielleicht muss ich die Daily noch machen, ich weiß es nicht genau. Ich mach mal die Daily. Ja, das ist die bescheuertste. Ich muss mal verkaufen, ganz dringend. Und wann bist du? 75? Oder bist du gerade erst 74 geworden? Oh. Sachen, ich sehe es. Nein! Oh. Warte mal, war das gut? Nee, das war schlecht. Nee, doch, war gut. Ha, das war so geplant. Noch 88%. Oh mein Gott. Meinst du, das schaffst du bis Weihnachten noch? Also bis Weihnachten halt Level 75, ne? Schaffst nicht bis 75 bis Weihnachten? Hm. Wieso nur noch? Ach, hast du nur die Gruppenquests im Inventar oder was? Sonst gar nichts. Ja, ich habe heute Morgen meine ganzen Gruppenquests, alle 5 gemacht, die ich noch hatte. Die ich angehäuft hatte. Beziehungsweise die habe ich gemacht, als du dich verpisst hattest. Ja, das war dann gestern Abend. 10:30 oder so. Da habe ich die gemacht. Das ist der beschissenste Bug. Ich verliere hier dauernd meine Verkleidung. Das darf eigentlich nicht passieren. Weißt du, wie ich das fixen kann? Ach, das ist so nervig. So kann ich das fixen. Richtig geil, oder? Ich habe das auch erst über die letzten 1, 2 Tage gerafft, ey, oder wirklich gecheckt, dass das ja Classic, also BC ist ja jetzt vorbei. Es gibt ja gar keine BC-Server mehr. Ich war halt schon die ganze Zeit verwirrt, wie dann das halt eben dieser Transfer von den BC-Servern zu halt eben jetzt Wrath of the Lich King, wie das passiert und so. Aber da gab's ja keinen Übergang. Die BC-Server sind einfach zu den WOTLK-Servern geworden. Und ich habe meine Verkleidung wieder verloren. Ich habe auch keine Ahnung, was das soll. Ich hatte ja eigentlich eventuell irgendwann nochmal vor, nochmal BC zu spielen. Weil BC ist im Grunde, also ich habe in Vanilla habe ich halt nie geradet und auch nie einen Level 60er Char gehabt. Das heißt, ich habe das komplette Endgame halt noch nie gespielt. Und BC habe ich halt komplett verpasst. Die hätte ich halt schon irgendwann ganz gern nochmal ausprobiert. Ich meine, ja, Vanilla kann man ja noch spielen, also Vanilla gibt's ja noch, aber guck da, 10 Gold. Für 16 von diesen Dingern. Wenn du da halt ein paar Stunden rumläufst und die ganze Zeit, also wie gesagt, wenn du das nachts machst, und die ganze Zeit diese Walküren da umklatscht, ich meine, die droppen ja dann auch hin und wieder nochmal irgendwas Grünes oder so, irgendwas anderes Tolles. Da kannst du schon relativ gut Geld farmen, weil du hast ja später auch das Problem, wenn du jetzt hier alles durchgequestet hast und der Content halt schon ein paar Monate alt ist, dann bringt ja auch Bergbau und so nichts mehr. Die einzigen Berufe, die dann noch ein bisschen Geld machen, ist ja Kräuter pflücken und Angeln. Ich glaube, ja, alles andere ist im Grunde nichts mehr wert. Dann kannst du halt mit dem halt schon ganz gut Geld machen. Hm. 174. Die Dinger so hoch. Ich entzauber Waffen halt nicht gerne, weil die Chance, dass die halt weniger wert sind, wenn man sie entzaubert, ist relativ hoch. Wenn das jetzt eine Rüstung oder so wäre mit einem Item-Level von 174, die würde ich hundertprozentig entzaubern. Weil die droppen andauernd 7 von diesen Dingern hier. Und die sind fast 3 Gold wert, so ein Staub. Da lohnt sich das halt auf jeden Fall. Das Problem ist nur, manchmal kriegt man halt, ich glaube, aus dem Ding kriege ich eventuell halt auch nur 4 oder 5 Staube raus. Stäube? Wie auch immer. Und da wird es halt schon knapp. Nee, mal ausprobieren. Oder man bekommt das raus. Fuck. Aber ich glaube, die sind auch 5 Gold oder so wert. Ich mach's einfach nochmal. Yep, das war eben 100% Kohle verloren. Das war ein bisschen plus Gold. 7 von diesen Stauben sind definitiv mehr wert als 11 Gold. Ich weiß aber halt nicht, was diese großen, diese kosmischen Essenzen wert sind. Ich muss nochmal gucken, was die kosten. Wenn die was wert sind, dann kann ich auch Waffen kaputt machen. Das ist bei Verzaubern halt immer so ein bisschen ekelhaft, dass du immer genau gucken musst, ob es sich lohnt, Waffen zu entzaubern. Oder beziehungsweise ab was für einem Item-Level das sich lohnt, weil du kriegst ja bei verschiedenen Item-Leveln kriegst du verschieden viel raus. Oder die Chancen sind halt viel, viel höher, dass du viel, viel mehr bekommst. Okay, jetzt drück mir bitte die Daumen, dass dieser blöde Phase hier hinten jetzt stimmt. Oh. Nur ein Schneeball. Aus dem Ding kann man den Bergen kriegen, ne? Aus dem Säckchen da kann man, glaube ich, den Bär bekommen. Ich weiß gar nicht mehr, was dieser Everfrost-Chip macht. Ich weiß, das ist so ein Item, ach, die muss man, glaube ich, sammeln. Das ist, glaube ich, die WOTLK-Version von dem. Ich weiß nicht, ob du das schon mal gemacht hast, aber in Wrath of the Lich King gibt es dort da musst du diese Eier sammeln für diese komischen Nether-Drachen. Und hier diese Frost-Chips, das ist die WOTLK-Version davon, aber du kriegst ein tolles Mount dafür. Und die Face stimmt immer noch nicht. Was kann ich denn sonst noch machen? Ich habe doch hier alles gemacht. Nee, das hier muss ich machen. Oder? Ja. Ja, genau. Die da muss ich machen. Das ist die... Wo sind die denn? Sind die nicht hier hinten? Werden nicht angezeigt. Ich glaube, ich kann mich erinnern, irgendwo, wo auch immer ich diese Quest angenommen habe. Direkt daneben, glaube ich, irgendein Viech gestanden, das man mitnehmen musste. Frage ist nur, wo habe ich das angenommen? Da hinten. Was meinst du? Warum generell? Weil ich Sholazar abgebrochen habe erstmal. Weil ich bin nur hierher gekommen, weil ich die Attunement Quest Reihe fertig machen wollte für die Hodie. Ja, da struggle ich halt jetzt seit ungefähr 2 Stunden dran oder 3. Und danach, also ja gut, der Rest ist halt, das sind halt im Grunde nur die hier. Hier aus den Storm Peaks. Sind halt hier unten, als ich hier unten angefangen habe, habe ich hier halt noch ein paar andere gleichzeitig fertig gemacht. Hab die aber halt nie abgegeben, weil ich nicht zurückgegangen bin. Ich habe halt die Attunement Quest Reihe weitergemacht. Ja, da, ich hab's gewusst. Oh.
Snowflakes fall on my face and evaporate, and that's my fate. I'm breathing fire to melt the ice close to the wire. Lost fire. Lost fire. Lost fire. Lost fire.
Das gibt's doch nicht. Ich sehe 10 Minuten lang niemanden, außer die Leute, die mir, ja, die mir hier das Saronit andauernd klauen und, oh nein, da ist schon wieder Titan. Oh, ich fange echt bald an zu weinen. Sehe halt 10 Minuten niemanden und dann, sobald ich irgendwo was farmen muss, tauchen auf einmal 15 andere Leute auf. Was ist das? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 andere. Ne, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6 andere. Bin ich froh, dass es diese Quest nicht als Daily gibt. Oder falls es sie gibt, habe ich sie verdrängt. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass es die nicht als Daily gibt. Jetzt, wo ich das zweimal gesagt habe, bin ich mir nicht mehr so sicher. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Die sollen weggehen. Guck, da ist die grün-schwarze Taube. Die habe ich auf meinem Quatsch, stimmt gar nicht. Auf meinem Krieger habe ich die gehabt. Auf meinem Krieger. Nicht meinem Fries, nicht meinem Charmy. Oh, ich habe gar nichts aufgehoben. Oder ich habe irgendwas anderes damit gemacht. Ich weiß es nicht. Auf meinem Charmy habe ich auch die weiße Taube gehabt. Ich kann mich genau daran erinnern. Ich habe erst bei meinem 5. oder 6. Char habe ich dann die 3. Farbe irgendwann gekauft. Also ich hatte die 3. Farbe nämlich auch nicht auf meinem Dings, nicht auf meinem Hunter. Nee, stimmt, ich habe die mir dann irgendwann einfach auf dem Main gekauft. So, genau. Also auf Galactica habe ich die dann irgendwann, ja, da hatte ich das dann irgendwann einfach dazu gekauft. Ich hatte nie einen Char, der von Anfang an die dritte Taube hatte. Können wir das jetzt bitte sein lassen hier? Oh. Was? Oh, das Phasing stimmt. Ich hab's geschafft. Ich bin mir zumindest 90% sicher. Oh. Zeug. Zehn Level noch. Dann muss ich endlich das scheiß Titan nicht mehr stehen lassen. Oh, macht mich gerade sehr euphorisch. Und das Phasing stimmt immer noch. Ich wollte mich verarschen. Wo muss ich das abgeben? Jormeld. Hä? Ach, da unten. Doch, ich habe alles. Ich hab's geschafft. Bin fertig. Yay! Oh, das hat mich jetzt sehr fertig gemacht. Also die Questline hat mich jetzt... Die hat mich definitiv ausgelutscht. Ich wünsche dir schon mal viel Spaß dafür, wenn du die dann machen darfst. Oh. Die wäre halt auch nur halb so schlimm, wenn die nicht so dermaßen verbuggt wären, die Quests. Wie gesagt, ich habe alleine in der Questline habe ich 2 oder 3 Quests komplett verbuggt, also so, dass ich sie nicht mehr richtig bzw. gar nicht abschließen konnte. Oder halt eben 10 Minuten dumm rumstehen musste, bis irgendwann ein komischer Mob wieder nachgespawnt ist, der normalerweise nicht mal, also hier ist bei einer von dieser Daily Quest, da ist so ein Mob, den musst du musst den bekämpfen mit so einem Reittier. Also du selbst sitzt auf so einem Reittier und haust den auf, keine Ahnung, auf 20% Leben oder so runter und dann gibt er normalerweise auf und verpisst sich einfach. Also beziehungsweise der geht dann wieder an seine Ausgangsstelle zurück und ja, ist dann einfach wieder voll. Ja, bei mir ist der Mob in den Pfeiler geglitscht Und ist dann einfach despawned und hat dann einfach eine Viertelstunde gemeint, nicht mehr zurückkommen zu müssen. Es sind so heiß. Das hat irgendwas mit... Kann mich nicht mehr dran erinnern, was das ist. Ja, hier oben hört meine Kenntnis so langsam auf. Die Quests habe ich alle nur einmal oder so gemacht. Eine, maximal zweimal. Ich habe damals mit dem... Ich glaube, mit dem Shami habe ich damals den ganzen Mist hier nochmal gemacht. Nee, ich glaube, nee, dreimal habe ich den ganzen Kack sogar gemacht. Ich habe es damals einmal mit dem Paladin, einmal mit dem Shami und einmal mit dem Hunter gemacht. Nee, viermal sogar. Ich habe das mit dem DK auch nochmal gemacht. Oh. Ich gebe dir einen Tipp, gerade wenn du ein bisschen Geldmangel hast, farm die Dinger hier, die Relikte, Relic of Ulduar. Die sind halt eine ganze Menge wert, also jetzt noch, kriegst du, also wie du siehst, die sind noch 3,50 Mark wert, ungefähr. Stimmt, ja, du bist ja erst 74. Kannst ja noch gar nicht richtig. Beziehungsweise doch. Aber nee, mit 76 geht das erst auf 75? Welchem Level kommt man in den Hallen der Steine rein? 75. Da könntest du die theoretisch ein bisschen farmen. Ja, die Mobs in den Dungeons droppen das ja. In Halls of Stone und Halls of Lightning. Das Lustige ist, ich habe Halls of Lightning schon mal gemacht mit 76. Und ich kann jetzt immer noch nicht rein, weil es glaube ich ein 78er Dungeon. Wenn da jetzt wieder Titan drin ist, muss ich echt langsam anfangen zu weinen. Oh nee, zum Glück nicht. Ich habe bis jetzt auch noch kein reiches Saroniterz abgebaut. Seitdem ich reiches Saroniterz abbauen kann, habe ich 2 Stück bis jetzt gefunden. Das ist mir beide Male direkt vor der Nase weggeklaut worden. Nee. Lassen wir mal sein. Böses Schamane. Hast du denn genug Geld fürs Reiten, beziehungsweise Fliegen? Nicht reiten, fliegen. Du hast 2K. Ja, okay, dann reicht's, ja. Ach du, warst das nicht du letztens, wo ich von diesen Gasablagerungen geredet habe, wo du nicht wusstest, was ich gemeint habe? Wo ich gesagt habe, das ist das, was halt die Ingenieure können? Die Ingies? Ich weiß ja auch nicht, ob die Körper von diesen Viechern genervt haben oder nicht. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, aus denen konnte man früher auch Sachen rauslooten. Also wenn du die gebergarbeitet hast. Ich habe jetzt bestimmt schon 50 oder so von denen auseinandergenommen und ich habe noch nicht ein einziges Mal ein Item rausbekommen. Also halt immer nur dieses Geoden-Ding. Was ist das? Guardians Charge. What the fuck? Ja, generell viel zu viele Leute. Gehen mir alle auf den Sack. Ich habe gerade gemerkt, dass ich ein richtiger Idiot bin. Das sind ja gar keine Elemente hier, glaube ich, die Elemente droppen. Oder? Nee. Oder war das Erde? Doch, das sind Erdelemente, oder? Nee, Wasserelemente. Okay. Ja, Eis, Wasser. Ja, okay. Ergibt Sinn, okay, ich gebe es zu. Ich habe gar kein anderes, oder? Kein anderes... Nee, das waren die ersten beiden Wasserdinger, die ich gelootet habe. What the fuck? Ich habe da jetzt bestimmt schon 10 oder 15 von denen umgeklatscht. Kann das sein? Boah, aber mit denen macht man auch ein bisschen Geld. Diese Geode, die droppen, bringt auch jedes Mal über 22 Silber. Gut, da kann man die hier auch relativ gut für Gold farmen. Das hier ist auch so eine Stelle, da ist halt später auch niemand unterwegs in dieser Höhle hier, weil hier gibt es halt nichts. Also gut, bis auf diese Kiste, das ist von irgendeiner Quest. Ich weiß zwar nicht von welcher, aber es ist von irgendeiner Quest. Aber da ist halt trotzdem wahrscheinlich nie, also ziemlich nie jemand. Soll so Eier bringen. Aber wie? Ja, könnten Sie mir bitte weiterhelfen? Ich möchte Ihre Eier stehlen. Sie sind nicht besonders kooperativ. Muss ich das echt noch googeln? Nee. Oh mein Gott. Das nachspawnende Sachen, die einfach nur relativ lange brauchen, bis sie nachspawnen? Ich kann mich nicht mehr dran erinnern. Das nicht so. Ja, okay. Dauert einfach nur ein bisschen, bis sie nachspawnen. Wenn es sowas in echt geben würde, würde ich ja gerne mal die Eier probieren. Ich will so ein Ei essen. Nom, 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 nom. Hast du schon mal ein Straußenei gegessen? Oder Emu? Hm. Ja, meine Mom arbeitet ja in einem Vergnügungspark und da ist auch Streichelzoo und so und ganz viele Käfige mit Huhnkram drinne, also mit ganz vielem Federviech. Und da ist im Grunde, ach fuck, ich bin in die ganz falsche Richtung geflogen. Im Grunde die einzigen Sachen, die ich auch noch nicht gegessen habe, oder die ich nicht gegessen habe, sind auch, ja, Emu und Strauß. Aber so alles andere, was man jetzt so in Anführungszeichen als normal ansieht, habe ich, ja, also weißt du, so Wachtel und wie heißen die Idioten, die immer am Rumschreien sind mit den riesigen Federn am Arsch. V, Wachtel, Gänse, Enten. Ganz viele verschiedene komische Hühner. Sieht immer lustig aus, wenn meine Mutter dann, also die bringt immer ganze Eimer mit, weil, ja, weil halt, die müssen halt da weg aus den Käfigen. Und wenn dann die 15 verschiedene Eier drin sind, die halt alle anders aussehen und die einen Eier dreimal so groß sind wie die anderen, ist immer ein bisschen lustig. Oh, wieso ist denn da so viel Zeug hier unten drunter? Was soll denn das? Ich will nicht in diese Scheißhöhlen, aber da sind mindestens 5 oder 6 Ablagerungen gerade, über die ich drüber geflogen bin. Ich hab's bald geschafft. Ich kann bald endlich Titan abbauen. Ich kriege aber ein bisschen Bauchschmerzen, wenn ich dran denke, dass ich noch ganz viel von dem ganzen Erz sammeln muss, weil ich im Grunde noch mal so viel zusammensammeln muss für 2 Berufe. Weißt du, ich will ja Edelstein oder Juwelenschleifer und Schmied sein. Und ich werde jetzt wahrscheinlich noch so lange Verzauberer und Bergbauer bleiben, bis das Zeug nichts mehr wert ist. Also noch mindestens so 2-3 Wochen, bis die Preise halt massiv runtergehen. Und zu dem Zeitpunkt muss ich dann entweder mehr als genug Kohle gemacht haben, dass ich selbst die Materialien dann wieder einkaufen kann. Zum Bergbau, zum Schmied und zum Juwelen leveln. Oder ich werde den Scheiß nochmal selber sammeln müssen. Oh, da habe ich nicht so viel Lust drauf. Vor allem, weil ich weiß, dass das wird wahrscheinlich wieder so passieren, dass es nicht mehr lange dauert. In einem Monat sind wahrscheinlich hier. In einem Monat ist wahrscheinlich Mithril wieder der teuerste Kram. Jetzt ist schon wieder eins nachgespawnt, das darf doch nicht wahr sein. Können die Eier nicht bitte nachspawnen? Das wäre viel geiler. Ah nee, es ist gar nicht nachgespawnt, das ist in der anderen Höhle. Aber hey, ich komme näher zu der 450. In Zultrag war ich sogar auch ganz kurz. Aber nicht besonders lange. So, ja, gut. Ganz kurz halt. Ich 10, 15 Quests oder so gemacht. Ich weiß aber auch gar nicht mehr genau, weshalb ich da überhaupt hin bin. Nee. Oh, ich muss zu einem Postkasten. Ein 79er Ring und er hat nur 5 das gegeben. Was ist das? Uiuiuiui, der war ja mal richtig scheiße. Richtig kacke. Du hast dein Gold nur durch die Quests gemacht, oder? Du hast ja sonst im Moment keinerlei Einnahmen. Ich habe am Anfang also direkt bevor Wotlk gestartet ist, habe ich halt auch über 1000 Gold ausgegeben, damit ich mein Verzaubern auf 2,50 gepusht bekommen hatte. Ich hatte, glaube ich, als WOTLK gestartet ist an dem Abend davor, oder beziehungsweise dann auch noch den Tag danach, war ich, glaube ich, erst bei 92 oder so. Und ich hatte halt kaum Zeug aus BC. Das heißt, ich musste halt im Grunde komplett BC mit Geld skippen. Das hat mich knapp 1000 Gold gekostet. Ja, während dem Level macht man halt noch relativ viel Geld. Das Problem ist halt, was einem wirklich, was viele halt, das wird später auch ein richtig schlimmes Erwachen, denke ich, für viele werden, wenn die auf einmal Level 80 sind und haben alles durchgequestet und auf einmal kriegst du kein Geld mehr. Da denken, glaube ich, im Moment nicht besonders viele Leute dran. Weißt du, gerade diese Spezialisten, die jetzt alle Inji als Beruf genommen haben, Inji bringt dir kein Geld. Wenn du nur Inji bist und du hast noch irgendeinen, keine Ahnung, einen anderen Beruf, den du nicht gequestet hast, oder keine Ahnung, bist noch Blümchenpflücker oder so und hast keinen Bock darauf, Blumen zu pflücken, dann bist du halt richtig gefickt. Weil du kriegst halt später 0 Kohle, du kriegst absolut kein Geld mehr. Außer wenn du halt Dungeons machst und davon den Loot verkaufst. Oh. Du hast halt ein paar Dailies. Aber ja. Kannst halt 25 Dailies am Tag machen, die jeweils 5 Gold oder so bringen. Ist nicht besonders viel Geld. Ja, trotzdem ist das nicht viel Gold. Wenn du die Quest dann später noch machst. Ach, fuck, ich bin in die falsche Richtung gelaufen. Ja klar, ich rede ja davon, wenn du 80 bist und du machst dann halt die ganzen Quests zu Ende, damit du halt, um halt an Gold zu kommen. Aber dann ist halt auf einmal halt vorbei. Und dann hast du, wenn du halt raiden willst, bist du halt richtig böse gefickt, wenn du dich halt nicht drum kümmerst, dass du irgendwie permanent halt irgendwie Gold einnimmst. AKA halt eben keinen Beruf, beziehungsweise später musst du halt dann irgendwo, wenn du halt keinen Beruf hast, musst du halt irgendwo dämlich farmen gehen. Weißt du, die grauen Items oder so, wie ich das eben gezeigt habe. Also hier zum Beispiel in der Höhle kannst du halt ganz gut farmen. Oder was halt auch viele immer machen, ist halt generell einfach die Elementare farmen, weil die sind auch fast immer ein bisschen was wert. Also weißt du, hier diese elementaren Crystallized Water und so, die sind immer ein bisschen was wert. Oh! War gar nicht knapp. Ja, das Problem ist, dass den Scheiß später keiner mehr kauft. In einem Monat kauft keiner mehr was. Weißt du, in einem Monat sind selbst die lila Drops und so, die sind auf einmal nur noch 200 Gold wert. Jetzt gehen die halt gerade für, was weiß ich, 4-5k weg, aber halt wie gesagt, in einem Monat sind die nur noch 10% davon wert. Dann braucht die kein Schwein mehr. Und du hast es halt nicht wie ein Retail, dass dir halt eben durch die Dailies und so halt eben das Gold wie bescheuert hinterhergeschmissen wird. Die Argentum-Dailies bringen, glaube ich, später jeweils 5 Gold oder so. Also das ist echt nicht viel Kohle, die man kriegt. Oder 7 oder 8 Gold oder so bringen die Dailies, glaube ich. Bin mir nicht mehr so ganz sicher. Also ja doch, ein bisschen mehr. Also so 7, 8 Gold. Also die Quests, die man jetzt macht, geben ja 5 Gold oder so, glaube ich. Die Argentum Dailies dann später, da bringt jede irgendwie 7 oder 8 Gold dann. Also es ist nicht besonders viel. Ja, ich denke mal, ich gehe da noch gleich erstmal so in einer Viertelstunde. Ich will dieses eine Ei noch finden. Ah, jetzt ist hier noch so einer. Oh. Der hat auch noch eine schnelle Taube. Ein Decay mit der schnellen Taube. Ich hätte es lustig gefunden, wenn sie 60% Fliegen wieder zurückgebracht hätten. Weißt du, weil früher war ja das Level 1 Fliegen, also das, was wir jetzt hier alle haben, mit den 150%, das war ja früher nur 60%. Das haben sie ja, glaube ich, mit Uldur oder mit PDK erst geändert gehabt. Mann, 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 Mann. Jetzt darüber flieg, dann spawnt hier 100%ig was nach. Oh. Ei. Oh, mein erstes Reiches. Komm schon. Nein, nein, nein. Und dann war nur 6 Daronit drin. Oh. Oh, aber ich habe 450 erreicht. Oh, ich kann endlich Titan mitnehmen. Ja, das ist ein guter Punkt, so, um sich zu verabschieden. Wie gesagt, ich muss dann erstmal weg. Mach nochmal Taschen leer. Naja, wenn man das leer nennen kann. Ja. Nicht besonders leer. Mach nochmal Kasten auf. Was denkst du, wie viel ist in meinem Kasten drinne? Das heißt viel. Gucken. 3,22. Ja. Fast 600 Gold. Nice. Okay, dann, wie gesagt, ich bin dann erstmal weg. Ja, bis 6 ungefähr. Bis dann. Einen schönen Tag noch. Also bis ich dann wieder da bin, musst du mindestens Level 78 sein, ne? Weil ich bin auch fast 78. Ja. Du hast ungefähr 3 Stunden Zeit. 2,5, 3 Stunden. Ist das gut? Ist das in Ordnung? Was? No. Verlange das jetzt aber. Oh, ey, ich hab ja jetzt schon mal 2 Dungeons wieder als Holy gespielt, ey. Und mein Gear ist ja noch so richtig kacke und ja, also da ist halt noch so gar kein Wunder unter der Haube. Aber es fängt halt schon an. Guck dir das an hier. Guck dir meine Crit-Chance an. Oh. Das fühlt sich halt jetzt, also so wie er jetzt funktioniert, fühlt sich das halt schon im Grunde besser an als wie auf Retail. Mir fehlt noch ein bisschen Haste. Eine Menge Haste. Aber es fühlt sich halt im Grunde, fühlt sich das mit dem guffeligen Schmodder-Gear, fühlt sich Holy schon besser an wie auf Retail. Alles klar, also bis dann. Bis nachher. Ciao, ciao.